All the
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another Saturday night movie live stream. Sorry we were a bit late. We were having a good old catch up behind the scenes, and we were a bit late, weren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was a bit late.
Yeah, it's your fault.
I had to get my little pineapple drink.
Yeah. You got it in the end, didn't you?
But hope everyone's doing well and having a lovely weekend. And thank you all, everybody, for joining. It's me, Pete, as always, and I'm joined by, as always, by the wonderful Amy.
Hello. Not always, though.
Oh yeah, last week. Yeah. That's true, but you weren't very well, were you?
No,
I passed my germs on to you, didn't I?
Yeah, a bad time.
Yeah.
She was skiving.
Yeah. I hadn't done my homework, that's why I couldn't.
Oh no, you didn't watch the film, did you?
No, you never watch a film, though, do I?
Maybe
I did this week, yeah.
Oh, we spoiled that. Yeah, we did this week.
Right.
We watched 2 this week.
Did we?
Yes.
All right, you have to remind me when we get to
it. And we're joined by 3 brilliant guests. We've got Ian Hill, the Ramblins.
Hello. Hello.
Well, that's a loose thing to say.
We got Jamie, the Batman Smith. And we've also got Delboy as well. Thank you for joining, everybody.
Hello, girls and boys.
But hope you're all doing well and having a nice weekend yourself. I know, Delboy, you said you've been very busy for the past week.
To get here was a sort of like Everest climb, but yeah, I'm here.
Well, we appreciate you joining. I didn't realise you had such a Herculean task to do.
Oh, honest. Yeah, just to give somebody, just everybody a little bit of the background. My machine's very old, you know, and just like anything, you think to yourself, oh, everything's indestructible, but my hard drive failed last night, so I've had to reinstall absolutely everything, which is why you haven't got my nice little backgrounds and all of that sort of stuff. But I've got the mic set up, I've got everything, all my favorites back up in my browser. All my passwords are working, you know.
So if your hard drive's gone, does that mean you've got a floppy?
It's a semi, because it's sort of there, but not.
Okay, that'll do.
That'll do.
Less about my floppy, I'll tell you.
I wasn't expecting that.
No.
Of course, my hard drive is 4 times larger than the last one. So there we are. That'll please all the girls, won't it? There you
are. But anyway, before we get into the comments, as always, the question I asked is, what are some of the films that you've been watching over the past week or 2? So, Ian, do you want to go first?
Bloody everything.
I'll start off with this. The Beast in the Cellar. It's got a new release. Tygon brought out with a nice illustration and Beryl Reid. But I'll be honest, I didn't like it that much. It's pretty. You know what? It's a shame because there's not many werewolf movies that are any good. Werewolves get a bad thing, but this is boring actually. These Beryl Reid
werewolf films, they're I mean, what is there really since American Werewolf in London? I have to turn around and say that there's some okayish ones, but
yeah.
I think Ginger Snaps is quite good,
and Dog Soldiers.
Yeah.
Dog Soldiers is great.
You got Ginger Snaps, isn't it?
That's good.
Ginger Snaps. They just said that.
Yeah, you did say Ginger.
Oh, sorry, I missed that. I'm interrupting. Sorry, carry on. But I have to interrupt Ian Hill. It's just the norm.
He's always doing this. Yeah, he's always doing it on our live, isn't he? So yeah, and I didn't like the two actresses, to be honest, Beryl Reid and Flora Robson. Or it's just not very good, I don't think. What else did I say? Oh yeah, I watched this as well. Now this was a lot better. This is a sort of loose kind of sequel to Village of the Damned. This is Children of the Damned. I really enjoyed it. It's not aliens this time affecting creepy kids, but it's a genetic thing, and it's really good. Really enjoyed it, and yeah, I highly recommend it. A lot better, this film. This is, I think, 1963. I think this one 63 or 64.
He hasn't said it yet. You know, I'm really impressed. It's been 5 minutes of him yapping, and he hasn't he hasn't said. I got all of these from my mate Tony.
No,
yeah,
I didn't say that.
Right, got a big box of about 6,000 films that's going to take me till next year to actually get through them, and they all came from this Tony fella. Go on, carry on.
It's all right. He's just jealous, you see. Let's see. Yeah, this one I watched today. Actually, I watched two things today. I watched this, which is Peter Sellers' "I'm All Right, Jack." This is so good. I really enjoyed it. There's other people in it. There's Liz Fraser in this. There's Terry Thomas. Some great people. Richard Attenborough as well, playing a wonderful, funny role as a baddie. It's just a great film. It's about sort of trade unions and employers of that sort of time, and it's so funny. It's brilliant. And then I have to do this. I'm sorry, but this is what I've watched today. This is Destiny of the Daleks. It's Tom Baker's second Dalek story, which 7 years of Tom Baker, and this shows you how good that era was. They only did 2 Dalek stories, and now they do.
That's the new Romana in that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Lala Ward in this. It's
who was in Vampire Circus, wasn't she? No, she was in one of the Hammers, wasn't she? Early.
Yes, yeah, she is in one of those. I don't know which one it is, but yeah, she is in one.
It's where the circus comes into town, isn't it? She's one of the vampires.
Yeah. So this one, I think it was always going to struggle because, I mean, look what it follows in terms of Dalek stories. It's Terry Nation, but Genesis of the Daleks is such a classic, brilliant story. It's one of all-time great stories. And also this one, it's got Davros in it. It does follow on, but it's a different actor who's Davros. He died, and I don't think he's as good. It's already shows the story's not as brilliant, and it's a good story. I mean, it's enjoyable, but it's not brilliant. You know, it's a shame, really. But I enjoyed it again. It's enjoyable. So there's that. I think that main things that I've sort of watched. There is I'll do this one as well. Jenny Agutter, I watched this.
Just one more. Go on.
Just one more. Go on. This one's really good. It's before Railway Children. She did this 1969, and it's excellent. She suspects that her sort of foster brother is a serial killer, and it's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely loved it. So I better show because all I hear is this voice from Delboy.
Yeah, just one more. Just one more. Look, here's another one. And they all come from Tony. And,
get all those field books out, lad. Yeah, get them all out.
I've been inspired by Ian Hill's ramblings.
Yeah.
Question.
You got a question?
Yeah,
Go
just
on.
a question for the day.
You can question eyes as much as
Yeah.
you like.
What film have you been looking for ages to find, a copy of to watch, and then you watched it and it was disappointing? Just in general, like.
That's a really good question.
Because I've got an answer for that,
Well,
but we'll do it. We'll do it later when we've done all this stuff.
Well, you do your answer now.
I was trying to look for this film called I Bury the Living
I've heard
for
of that.
ages, about a guy who owns a cemetery and he can predict who's going to die in the village and everyone gets annoyed at him or something.
Yeah.
And I was looking for ages around, dodgy sites to find it.
Yeah.
And I watched it and it was crap.
No.
But it had a really good intro with this like really grainy, horrible like sound coming on. And the title's great, I Bury the Living.
Sounds good. I like that.
So I was looking for it based on this title.
I've got my disappointing one.
Yeah, what's
It's
that?
going to upset a lot of people.
Oh, right, okay.
Creep Show.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's all right, but I'm not into that sort of anthology sort of horror. Now, Tales from the Crypt. Now, that's a great
No, you
film.
can't say I'm not into anthology horror and then say Tales from the Crypt was good.
Well, yeah, but I don't like a lot of anthology horrors.
Yeah.
I love the style of it. I thought the style of it, the comic book aspect of it was great, but the stories were mostly boring. The only good one was Ted Danson and Leslie Nielsen.
Yeah. I like the cockroach one.
Yeah.
What's the other one?
You had her from the Fog, didn't you?
Yeah, but Tales from the Crypt is better, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do the monkey's paw in that one, don't they?
Yeah, and you also got Peter Cushing in that one.
That's
a sad story.
That one makes me cry.
Yeah. But what about you, Ian? Can you think of a film that you were desperate to watch?
Oh, he just did one.
Did
Well, that's why I asked it. But yeah, he might have another one.
Yeah.
For me, that Beast in the Cellar has been up a lot, and knowing that it was a werewolf movie, I thought, oh, well, we need to see more, and I thought I expected more, but I should have, to be honest, thought about it because I'm not a Beryl Reid fan at all, and I'm afraid it's just disappointing.
I've seen that it's released on 88, as you said, didn't you?
And they've got a lovely release. The brilliant illustration.
I have to admit, the slipcover, every time I keep looking at it, I keep thinking it's the cast of Glass of Summer Wine on it.
Yeah. But it's just not that good. I don't think their performances are good. Just puts you off.
Have you seen? Do you want to pronounce it Delamore?
Della Morte Della More.
That's
You're
a lot
good
of
at
fun.
doing that pronunciation as well. You do it.
Delamorte Delamore.
Yeah.
That's a great film. It is with
Rupert Everett.
Yeah, Cemetery Man. That's a lot of fun. Bit naughty.
His after a week, the body that he buries in his cemetery come to life, and he has to kill them.
Yeah. When I did the video for our Hide Up a Modesty on the front cover.
Yeah, very explicit front covers.
Yeah.
There's another question. What's your favourite explicit front cover? Driller Killer's a good one.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
I changed the cover around of the guy getting a drill through his head just to piss off my mum.
It's always like that in HMV, and then they start to release them like the other cover, and I was like, ooh. It always put me off actually.
Another good question, Pete. I'm on fire today.
Oh yeah, wow.
What Blu-ray covers that you used to see in like video shops, like Blockbuster or whatever, have you always been curious about since you're a kid? Like, when you've seen them. I know mine is Bad Taste. That always used to be that guy putting his middle finger up. That always used to.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Cool.
Unknown fact about that picture is Ian Hill in makeup. Go like that.
Yeah.
You're the one I've been thinking about since my childhood.
I can't remember what it's called, but everybody else will. It's that one where there's pictures of heads sort of look like stone monoliths with a sort of cracked ground. I've forgotten what it's called. But I remember the time. Everybody else would be turning around. Oh, how can you not know what that is? But they look like Easter Island heads, sort of like sticking up from the ground with a cracked ground. Can't remember what it's called.
Oh, I don't know what would be mine. Oh.
I always used to think, what's that about? God, bloody hell.
You're too young, Pete.
I'd say Nightmare on Elm Street.
What was the cover?
It was like the her in the bed.
In the bath or the bed?
The bed.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the one that comes on the collector's edition.
Yeah, it's the original cover, and I was like, "Ooh, what's that?" and also,
which I don't get till next week, bastards.
Where did you order yours from? And Amazon?
Yeah, stupid me, Amazon.
Oh,
and of course, if you order it, it's like the next Saturday or something stupid like that. You know, they put
stupid. That is.
Unless you cancel the night before and then order it, then it sort of like arrives. But it doesn't matter to me because I got one of them. It's just the collector's one I'm waiting on.
Yeah. What about you, Jamie? What have you been watching recently?
You didn't even ask Delboy what he's been watching, have you?
No, it's all right. But come on, oi, sod face.
Believe it or not, I've only watched 2 and a bit things.
2 and a bit things.
2 and a bit.
So what's the bit you've been watching? I'd like to know about this bit.
It was Jeepers Creepers, but I went to bed because I was tired.
Well, sleep sounds like a good option with that film.
Yeah. Okay.
Even talking about it is putting to sleep.
I did say I was tired before we got on.
Yeah. So what else have you been watching?
I watched Collateral.
Oh, that's a great film, isn't it? With Tom Cruise.
An absolute masterpiece.
I think you added a talking point to that in your Facebook thing where you said it was the best thing Tom Cruise has ever done.
It is.
Now that's a big thing to say when you consider the mammoth amount of work he's actually done in the years.
It's the best performance he's ever given.
I'm not going to disagree. I'm just saying that's a line in the sand for a lot of people.
Tom Cruise never ever plays a villain. He played a villain once in Collateral. One time he plays a villain once, and he pulls it off perfectly. But I don't think he could do that again. It was just perfect. What else did I watch? I've watched Beetlejuice, and that's it for the second time.
Did you like the second Beetlejuice then?
The second time.
I enjoyed it more on a rewatch.
Yeah.
Oh, did you go and see Joker again on Monday?
No.
Oh, no, don't.
You miserable bastard! After all that build-up, Jesus.
And then I saw a post on Facebook earlier saying that Michael Keaton is open to return for Beetlejuice 3.
Yeah, I see that.
Right.
Yeah,
wouldn't
I
surprise
suppose
me.
that 15 million paycheck sort of like.
Well,
right
the
about
thing
that.
is, if
You
they
know what I mean?
do Beetlejuice 3, they need to call it Beetlejuice.
Not again.
That's what they'll call it, definitely.
No, Jamie, just no.
But I definitely do agree with you about Collateral. It's a great film, and it is nice to see Tom Cruise play a villainous role in a
The
film.
villain in Tropic Thunder.
Yeah, that's more for
That
laughs.
wasn't good, was it?
And also, Collateral has a strong place in Jamie's heart. It does. It's a film that means a lot to you, don't it, mate?
Oh God, yeah, I could.
I mean,
It's
there's been
20
some
years old.
dial-in movies. I think everybody would say, wouldn't you, Jamie, about Tom Cruise? I mean, I like Minority Report. Don't get me wrong. I like the Mission Impossible films. There's a lot of films that I could mention that would go, oh yeah, War of the Worlds. He's done a huge amount. Collateral's. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, Collateral's a very, very good film. It's just when you put a line in the sand by saying it's perfection, he hasn't done anything better. Ooh, that to me, what I'm saying is to a lot of people that's like a red flag to a bull.
I think the best film he's done I think the best film he's done. I'm going to get some like what the fuck moments. I think his best film maybe Edge of Tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a great
Oh,
film.
that's a really underrated one. That's a great film.
I think it's amazing. He has done quite possibly the best action film ever made. So that's another Tom Cruise one.
Edge of Tomorrow 2 was actually going to happen. It was already in going, but Emily Blunt got the Mary Poppins script and accepted it. And that's how we've never got a sequel yet.
I have heard there is a script system, but I think it'd be too expensive to do. But I think if it's done right, it can make money.
I think they're up for it. It's just whether if everybody's got a free few months to shoot it, that's the case. Because they're both busy actors.
It's like I was saying, I personally think Mission Impossible Fallout just maybe the best action film ever made.
It's definitely the best modern one.
I'm not a fan of Tom Cruise at all. His early career. But I do like the one film of his that I like is Eyes Wide Shut.
That's a great film.
I just something about that film. I really like it.
Nicole Kidman.
War at Worlds, War at Worlds. But then I'm struggling. I'm not a massive fan. His early career, I think later Tom Cruise is better.
No, I couldn't stand him years ago. I always thought he always seemed quite an arrogant actor, but like after Mission Impossible,
I didn't understand. I couldn't understand what people saw in Risky Business. Is it that was blood?
All that
his early things. That was awful.
Yeah.
So many people like that, but I go.
I quite like that one.
Yeah,
it's quite fun. I wouldn't buy it.
I used to infuriate my sister because I used to say, "Cocktail, we ain't watching that shit."
Oh, that's awful. Cocktail.
I like Cocktail.
Yeah, I like Sex on the Beach, like Sunset Boulevard, whatever it's called. Drinks.
Hey, what?
White Russian.
Oh.
Vodka and something or other. That is, isn't it?
Oh.
What is it? Slow, comfortable screw? Isn't that another one?
A slow, comfortable screw.
Something like that, yeah. There's another cocktail.
Oh, yeah. Slow, comfortable screw against the wall with a twist.
I've just heard of Bloody Mary and
Bloody Mary, yeah.
Well, I'm not a drink.
Sex on the Beach.
Yeah, Sex on the Beach, but you get arrested for that.
Yeah.
Unless you're on a nudist.
Where do they get all the names for these cocktails? Sex on the Beach, Sand Up Your Ass. All of those ones. I haven't got a bloody clue where they get them all from.
I reckon it. Yeah.
They do it on purpose, so they just get like old people go up there and say, "Can I have a sex on the beach or sand up my ass?"
Can I have sand up my ass, please? Let's be careful asking for that.
Yeah.
Black Russian is nice.
Is it?
Yeah.
Are they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's not far off what he said, though, anyway. 83-year-old girl. Can I have a 12-inch vibrator with whipped cream, please? Yeah, thanks very much.
Oh, we've got an extra guest.
Wow. Good.
We got Josh.
Wagwan freaks.
Hey.
Hello.
Oh, bloody hell.
Hey, Josh.
Hello. I come back from the crypt. How's it going?
Yeah, good, thanks. You?
Great to see you here, Josh.
Yeah, I haven't long finished work, so I'm a bit tired. But
everybody's tired tonight, aren't we?
Yeah.
It's been a long week.
Yeah.
It's one of those bloody nights, isn't it? But we move.
Right. So,
We're up to Delboy now.
That's what I was going to say. Delboy, what have you been watching recently?
Now, I've got to think now because I've been awake for so long. I mean, I can tell you what the ride is. So another version of A Quiet Place, different covers turned up. That turned up today.
No, that's nice. Still put that one.
I've no idea why I've got another Sleepy Hollow, because I've got the more deluxe white version that came out last year. So there's that. I've got another Furiosa. Like I said,
Wow.
What a pile of!
we just keep turning up these Furiosas.
Oh, I love
I
Furiosa.
really like the Blob. That's a really nice.
That's great artwork.
That's good.
I think everybody now has got their Nightmare on Elm Street apart from me. So that's the normal steel book without the collectors. Which I think is the cover of the collector's bit, and then inside it's
that steelbook's nice. I don't like the steelbook in the collector's edition.
That's why I got this, because if you got the collectors, you got the steelbook of her in the bed, if you see what I mean, with the blades hanging over her head. And of course, what I have watched definitely this week, and this was not open, but I have seen it, was Glengarry Glen Ross, which I really, really like. But I've been watching mostly.
Yeah, I heard of it. Alec Baldwin in it, and all the other ones.
Yeah, Al Pacino, Jack Lemmon. You know,
Wow.
Always be closing.
That's what it's saying. Open all hours, isn't it?
Yeah, that also.
Got the same boss maybe as well.
If it's open all hours, why are they closing?
It's sort of like a happy pleasure for me watching Glengarry Glen Ross. I mean, I've seen it on stage. I've seen it at the pictures. I've got the what is it now? Is this the Blu-ray or a 4K that I've got now? It's still Blu-ray. I'd love a 4K of that. It's just great performances across the board. You know, it is a drama. We don't get too many dramas talked about these days. It's always, what horror have you seen? What science fiction film you've seen? It's like a lot of people don't talk comedies too much anymore, and that's because we're living in a society now where you got to watch everything you say, otherwise you can have a lawsuit against you. But yeah, Glengarry Glen Ross is a guilty pleasure for me on that one, for definite. Otherwise, I've been watching lots of Walter Matthau films. I was telling Ian, I said I've seen Sunshine Boys, The Bad News Bears, Taking a Pelham 1, 2, 3.
Oh, whoa. Which one? The remake?
Not the remake.
The original.
The Walter Matthau one. Stay awake. Jesus,
remake.
You know what I mean? Jesus Christ,
I like the remake.
Yeah, the remake's good, isn't it? I mean, I think they're both great films, you know.
But I've not seen the original.
Well, bloody get your ass in gear then, you miserable old bastard. Right now, I was trying to think of what Amy was saying, and I think one of the ones that I really wanted to see, because I couldn't remember it, but it was awful when I did. It was Inseminoid, I think.
Inseminoid. That sounds good.
Yeah.
That was definitely shit. What am I watching? Because I think I was always intrigued by the VHS tape that was on the shelves.
The Blu-ray of it, it's got quite an interesting front cover. It has.
Yeah. So the cover has always been one of those, oh, and then when you watch it, it's like, what? So I think Inseminoid sort of is up there. I thought Ian was going to turn around and say, yeah, Burning Zone. What a load of shit. Hated that film.
2001 Space Odyssey.
Shut up. We're not going to go into that. We're not going to go into that argument.
Yeah.
What's wrong with 2001 Space?
And what's right with it?
Yeah, we don't. Shut up, Jamie. You'll start him off. We'll be here for hours talking about it. You know, gee, it's a great film. You Captain Birdseye lookalike bastard.
No.
I can't wait till Christmas comes along because we ain't going to see you for several days. While you get your bloody sacks already and deliver toys to kids and shit.
Space Odyssey is the 4th best film ever made.
Wow.
Only the 4th.
Chitty Chitty Bang Bang is the best film ever made. And it's far better than 2001 Space Odyssey.
Is
Oh,
it?
you can watch that
Oh,
all.
Little fancy bit.
I was waiting for Pete to say shitty bang bang.
Yeah.
Well, no, there's a different one. Oh no, I can't say it.
What was
two,
it?
No.
two totally different films, and yet you turn around and say it's better than this. And
Well,
they're
it
two
is. I
totally
mean, it's
different
just a
genres.
ball fest.
I
2001.
Chitty Chitty Bang Bang,
Overrated.
Chitty Chitty
Totally
Bang Bang
overrated.
is a gorgeous film
Yeah.
for kids.
That's a film that needs a 4K.
What?
Chitty
Yeah.
Chitty Bang Bang.
Yeah, now there's a proper film. Proper film, lad. Yeah, bye.
Written by the creator James Bond.
Ian Fleming, that's
Ian
right.
Fleming, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
You can sort of
I
see
didn't
it,
like
really.
2001 when I first saw it, and now I think it's
What the?
Kubrick's best.
No.
And then
It's a great film, it is, but I
Yeah.
still prefer Clockwork Orange.
I haven't seen that, so
That's the third best film ever made.
Oh,
What's the second and first best film ever made?
I wonder.
Inception's number 2.
Yep.
What Batman one is number 1? Go on.
It's obvious. It's my favourite film ever.
Batman
Cats.
Begins.
Cats.
What?
Dark Knight.
Joker 2?
No, The Dark Knight.
Oh, I thought it was Cats, but okay. I thought
Oh,
it
I
was
know
like
that
Cats.
Stanley Kubrick thought, because he lost the Oscar for best special or best visual effects, something like that, to Planet of the Apes, because they thought, and he's convinced that it's because that's prosthetics, I think.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
convinced that people thought that the apes at the start of 2001 were real, and that's why they didn't give it to him. So he thought they
Yeah,
were too
actually,
real.
I did hear that, and I must admit, it's a shame that those two films go up against each other. But the lasting legacy of Planet of the Apes is that they started to actually look at makeup as a valid
Yeah.
award, you know, from that film. And
Yeah,
I think it was 10
It was
years
great
before
to do
that
that.
actually happened.
They do. They look
Yeah.
really good for like a film in the 60s.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the performances, isn't it?
Mm.
I assume they got like ballet dancers to do it or whatever. You know, probably performance. That's what they usually do, isn't it? They usually get like
They do.
ballet dancers who can kind of, isn't it?
They get people who are light
Maybe
on
I'm
their
just
toes.
crazy. Yeah, light on their toes. Yeah, because we all know apes. They're very light on their feet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, you get to Josh now. Ask him what he's
Yes.
been watching.
So great selection of stuff there, Delboy. What about you, Josh?
So from last time we spoke, when was it? Last time I was on? Was it last
Last
week?
week.
I think? Sorry.
Last Saturday night.
Okay. So from the 5th, I'll go from the 5th. Imitation Game.
Great
About
film.
Alan Turing. Really good. Quite good. Very on the nose with his dialogue, but I thought it was pretty sweet and very corny at the end, but that's another. Birdman. Really great achievement. Love that shit. One take. Michael Keaton lost the Oscar to a guy who shouldn't have won. I'm still fucking seething at that.
Who won that year, Anne?
Eddie Redmayne
Oh,
for playing Stephen Hawking.
I think Eddie
There are many
Redmayne's
reasons why I'm not happy
That-
with that.
That's the Oscars for you, though, isn't it? And their committee.
Mm.
If it's
You
a
know,
biopic,
Keaton.
they always win.
Stephen Hawkins, and oh my god, and how much of a performance it is, rather than actually.
Well,
know,
if the Oscars saw it now, it would be a different story. But
yeah,
yeah, 7 for the first time. It took me
Wow.
weeks to finish this shit, but it's so good. It's so good. It took me
Seven's
weeks.
great. But a lot of people don't talk about Copycat, which came out sort of the same year.
It just took me a long time to watch it because every time I put it on, I just fell asleep because I was tired. Plus, the tone of the film is very, very dark and gloomy. So it's one of those ones. Either that or my dog kept barking, and I was like, oh, I gave up. But finally watched it. Thought it was excellent.
Are
what's in the
you gonna
box?
buy the 4K when it comes out now that they've changed it all again in regards to what we
Have
get?
they changed it?
Yeah, they delayed it again.
Oh, jammy bastards.
Well, it was going to be a big. There was going to be a big box collector's one, and there was all of this sort of stuff. And now it's just going to be a digipack and a standard release. I think is now. But they
yeah,
said
I'll probably just get.
It's all about
get
the
the
film
standard one.
anyway. So
Yeah, I'll get the standard one. I think I'm not really. There are certain box sets I get, like Dune. If Dune Part 2 gets like a digipack one, I'll buy
I think a lot of
something like
people
that.
were really excited because it is all about the box. And you watch the film.
Yeah.
So it'd have been really nice to actually go, what's in the box? Oh yeah, steelbook. I can just imagine everybody just doing it. There I was thinking it was going to be this, and it's a bloody steelbook inside that box. Bloody hell.
It's not Head.
Yeah.
Nightmare on Elm Street for the first time. Adored it. Thought it was amazing. I think I mentioned that last week. I don't remember,
Yeah, you
but
did.
cheers for that. Okay. Child's Play, the 2019 one with Aubrey Plaza in it. Very funny. Very funny.
Sorry, I
very
should have
silly.
said the remake.
Yep. The remake is very silly,
Remake.
very goofy, very campy. I wish Chucky was a bit meaner because all he says is bitch once. That's it.
Did you
but-
actually know this? It was Mark Hamill who voiced Chucky in the remake.
Yeah.
It was
And
Hamill, yeah.
he says the same line over and over, which is unfortunate. But yeah, I thought it was pretty funny. Watch Get Out.
Masterpiece.
Yeah, there's so many
Yeah.
details in that film which just knocked me off my feet.
Still haven't seen it.
I'm not going to say anything then, but there's certain song choices which make sense. If you know anything about what the film is about, deep down, you will hear some song choices. You will also notice some things in the background, notice some things in the foreground, even that are just really excellent. Yeah, it's one of the. There's a reason why it won so many awards and jump started Jordan Peele's career to what it is now. So fucking good. Watched Us, also great. I know a lot of people don't like it, but I think it's pretty great. Watched Terrifier, the first one. Piece of poo. Wasn't a fan of that one.
Say what you mean, Josh.
What did you thought of the violence in that film?
Well, the first Terrifier.
Yeah.
Well, it's Teletubbies compared to the second one. But
Teletubbies.
they did definitely hold back because again the budget didn't allow them to do what they want because they only cost like 100 grand. It did look like a YouTube short film, which okay, but the dialogue too was just terrible. Yeah, I wasn't a fan of that one. Saint Maud, I thought that was pretty interesting.
Oh,
Brilliant. Love St. Maud. What a film. Scarborough. I have to get Yorkshire bit in.
bloody hell! Shut the up, will ya?
Hey, Scarborough's a great place. I went there as a kid a lot.
No, I think it's a really interesting film, especially with the idea of being indoctrinated by faith.
Yeah,
I think that was pretty interesting.
Very-
Pretty great performance too.
yeah.
I do think that it does kind of drag in the first. It takes a while to get going and drags for the first like half an hour, but after when it gets going, it cooks. It's very good. The Front Room. This is a new one from Robert Eggers' brothers, and yeah, they haven't got the sauce like their brother has. It's very boring, quite unfortunate, but it's fine. Life After Beth, very funny. I enjoyed that one. Deep Blue Sea, The Deep Blue Sea, which is a film with Rachel Weisz.
Yeah, Terrence.
I was very sleepy, admittedly, and
What do you think
the
so after
tone.
watching all them films? Bloody hell! What are we talking
It wasn't
about?
in the same day. Actually, 3 of them were in the same day. 3 of them were in the same day. It's not the fucking point. But
Yeah, what have I watched this year?
oh, I've had too much time on my hands. Like, come on. But is a very watery film in terms of like tone. It is very much like watercolors instead of paint, and it's very slow, which is why I kind of dozed off for like 20 minutes, and then woke up to Tom Hiddleston shouting, and I was like, "Oh, that's a great thing." But yeah, it's good for what I saw. Royal Tenenbaums, watched that last night. One of my favorite movies ever.
Great
And
film.
then After Sun for the 11th time.
Oh,
Because
Have you
I'm
got round
not
to
depressed
watching-
enough.
Have you got round to watching The Penguin yet?
No.
No. Episode 3
No.
was quite good, actually. I was quite impressed.
I still haven't finished episode 1. I think I got onto like 20, 30 minutes in.
Yeah.
But I'm just not very committed with TV shows. That's my problem. Is I start it and I just don't finish it. I bought Last of Us season 1 in 4K like a year ago, and I've only on episode 4. So
wow.
I'm not very.
Right. But you've got past the big third episode anyway, so
Yeah.
which is obviously a very moving and one of the
That episode was excellent. Yeah.
That's one of the episodes that said, you know what, if that hadn't have been there, it would have been sort of like a bit lackluster. It was the one that projected it on to say, right, I want to watch this to the end now. They think going to make episodes like that. I want to see it. And I was a bit disappointed they didn't do another quiet episode a little bit like that later on, but it's still a great season. And of course, I think it makes everybody want to watch the next season.
Season 2 looks phenomenal. Like season 2 looks phenomenal. I haven't played the games. I know Pete can vouch for this if he's played them, but Last of Us Part 2 is apparently
hang on, did you hear what he said then? If he's played them.
No, but he knows about video games. He's played Playtendoguy.
I've played it. I've completed it. I've platinumed it.
What difficulty did you have it in?
Super Mega Ultimate.
Did you? All right.
The story is mixed for people.
Yeah. I've heard about that.
But Pete not playing it is like bloody Ian saying he hasn't had Yorkshire tea today. Bloody hell, Christ, full gone bleeding conclusion. He's playing that.
Will you be watching Terrifier 3, Josh?
On streaming, there's no chance I'm paying my hard-earned World War II pennies for that shit. No, I'm watching it at home.
I hope
paying schmeckles.
Hope you enjoy it when you get round to watching it.
I actually mentioned on Ian's stream that an article came out literally that morning that said that the French had put a 20. There was a ban on it that they haven't used for 20 years.
Really?
And of course, all I said to Ian on that was, "Oh yeah, there's the publicity starting now, isn't it?" Like,
well,
you do
they're
that,
saying it's going to make the most money in America. It's going to be top of the box office this week.
Well, Joker's failed. Have you seen how much money that's made? 40 mil. That's it.
It says it's going to out-track Joker. Never thought
that's what happens when you make a piece of poo like that. Ha ha.
Hang on, Jamie's in the room. We got to be sort of nice a little bit.
Okay, it's not great. Is that better?
It's not for everybody.
Yeah, it's not for everybody.
I do think in years to come, people probably will reevaluate it. I think some people
it'll be one of those classic films later on.
People will go back and say we were a bit harsh on it. I think
a DC film will come out which is worse, and they'll be like, "Oh, we were too harsh on Joker."
Well, that's a foregone conclusion. DC film will come out that's worse.
Yeah.
Worse than Madam Web.
Shut your face.
That's what Madam Web is crap. It's absolute crap.
Marvel's is worse.
Marvel's. It's you. You probably think
worse.
Wonderful.
I watched Madam Web with a friend recently. That was the funniest phone call ever because we just couldn't stop laughing at it.
Exactly. You got some enjoyment out of it, which is something you can't say when you watch Marvels. Jesus Christ. What a pile of pants shit.
Yeah, the Marvels, yeah.
I haven't seen that. I still haven't seen that or Black Panther, Wakanda Forever.
Wakanda. Amanda Holden, yeah.
Hakuna Matata, Wakanda.
Yeah.
Hakuna Matata.
Yeah.
I think that one's the best One Piece out of the newer ones.
Really?
Because at least that
Oh.
one has a motive.
Mm.
Like
It's
for
just
chapter.
nearly 3 hours long. It is.
Yeah, it's got a script.
The thing is,
Yeah, it's got an
I
actual script.
I personally didn't like Wakanda Forever. I thought it was too long.
Yeah, it's because there's
On
no
that note-
bloody Batman in it, is there?
On
That's
that note,
why
I'm
you
going
didn't
for a
like
piss.
it.
I just wasn't a fan of it. I thought it's like 2 hours, 20 odd minutes. It is too long. And villain, it was just and
It was
obviously-
awful. Let's be honest, it was
obviously he did
awful.
the Patrick Burrs
Overrated.
They did a tribute to him in it. But I just wasn't a fan.
No.
For me,
I would say Marvel, when they do need to look at themselves, need to at least trim for every
I'm
single
not-
film. At least trim for every single film
Yeah.
10 minutes off of their films.
I'm not
I totally agree.
At
spoil
least.
it, but at the end, I'm not spoiling out Dirt Panic. There is a credit clip or a scene, and it's like, yeah, and I'm like, they're gonna do something with that in the future, try and set something else up. But I don't know if they will do out with it.
For me, a big surprise was Eternals. I didn't mind that one. I quite like that one.
I
a lot.
haven't watched it. I've still not watched it.
The only thing about Eternals is, I think, really is that when you're looking at a film that's so personal to Jack Kirby, who originally drew that, that it's sort of lacking in color a little bit, because
Yeah, it's very grey, that one.
he was very prolific at doing things like cosmic crackle around things and stuff like that, and really there's very little of that. It's all about costume and everything, and it's a little bit muted color wise. And I think that that was the criticism they said about the director, because that director did what did they do? Free Billboard?
Nomadland.
Oh,
No,
that was it. Yeah, that was it. And so is a class director, but apparently she always mutes her colors a little bit.
Yeah, she does. Yeah, I've seen most of her stuff. Songs Our Brothers Taught Us, quite grayscale. Nomadland's quite grayscale.
So it's an interesting
Beautiful
choice
film.
when you're talking about Kirby and his cosmic crackle and everything, that they chose a person that mutes their colors mostly in their films.
Yeah.
So
You haven't seen Black Panther: Wakanda Forever?
Pete,
What?
What did you just call it?
Wakanda.
Wakanda. Wash
what
your
did he
mouth
say
out with
that?
That's all great like that. About a proud African nation.
Wakanda, I mean,
Yeah.
slipping my tongue.
No, I haven't seen that.
No.
No,
What about the Marvels?
I haven't watched any of it since
Don't.
the Spider-Man, the third Spider-Man one.
We did watch Doctor Strange Mum, didn't we? Ministry of Madness.
Yeah,
Doctor Strange mum.
we watched just Doctor Strange's mum.
Ministry of Madness. No, Multiverse of Madness.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Ministry of Mayhem. We did, we watched that. That was too bad.
Ministry of Mayor.
But it's all very ordinary now. Like I don't watch any of the TV shows. I checked out after. What's the last one I watched? I watched the Falcon and Winter Soldier one, and that was weirdly good to me.
Yeah.
Even though I think I don't know, just because it didn't have so much of that stupid Marvel.
We
humor
see
that I
some
can't
of the
stand.
clips of Secret Wars. That looks bad.
Yeah, and the TVA I just think is such a misstep. I can't stand it. I hate the cut. I hate the color palette. I think the whole multiverse thing is stupid, and it's they need to get rid of that really.
Yeah,
Tell you what, the TVA are terrible terrible home designers. Like they're not very good at designing walls and shit. Like
No, exactly.
They
Yeah,
need some
green on
loads of that.
brown.
yeah. I don't know why they did it like that.
I think Marvel know that that this multiverse thing. It sounded good on a piece of paper, but it's gone on for far too
That's
long.
the reason why they ditched Kang as well.
Well, it was great in Endgame, but that
And
was
apparently
when
the next Spider-Man is going to be another cosmic one, and I'm like, what happened to friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, bro?
Well, that's what I mean. That apparently
That's
it is going to
Sony,
happen now. It is actually going. The latest news that I've heard is it's not going to be cosmic. It will be ground-based.
Oh, good.
Apparently, Sony have put their foot down a little bit in regards to. You can say as much as you want, but that's where we're going with this. So I think that's the right direction as well. cosmic. Stop all this. Let's just have a nice ground-based thing, shall we?
Yeah, I mean, you think about like what's the Avengers of DC?
Justice
The
League.
Justice League, the original Justice League, that had that ending that was just in a wasteland, and they were saving those people in a caravan or something like that.
Oh, that was funny, yeah.
Yeah, and you think, well, when you had like the original Superman, you had him like saving people on the ground, and it was about the people he was saving. And then you get like Man of Steel, and they're flying through buildings. And I know everyone talks about this, but there's no worry about the people on the ground.
No.
And you think,
Oh yeah, and Superman killing, isn't it? Was the biggest
Superman
story.
killing as well. Yeah. There's no kind of that ground level kind of inspirational thing that like Spider-Man when he's in Spider-Man 2 when he's saving that train.
Yeah.
And they're like carrying him through. He's just like my kid and that kind of stuff. You don't get any of that stuff anymore in these films.
It was against the grain character's decision.
The problem is now they also try and make it so big and flashy now.
What these films lack is heart and sentiment, which those films had. Spider-Man 2 had a lot of heart and sentiment. What does the Marvels have? A fucking teenage girl in space.
Oh Christ,
throwing gang signs.
And Goose.
The
cat.
Use your black girl magic. Great line.
So is that what they say?
Wow.
Yes. Use your black girl magic.
If they remake Santa Claus the movie, are you going for the lead role?
Is this Bully Ian Day?
I don't want to.
It feels like Bully Ian Day, doesn't it? Just randomly.
What was funny in
Look, he's on the front cover of every Bird's Eye fish finger packet. I mean, he's a bloody legend.
Yeah, exactly. Show him some respect.
only Force and Horse the movie. We know exactly who's going to be.
Oh no!
Yeah, exactly.
Respect.
Yeah. The other thing that made me laugh in that Multiverse of Madness thing was the is it America Chavez,
Chavy, whatever her name is.
So she had
America Chavy.
America Chavy, yeah. She comes from a dimension where all the colors of the traffic lights are different, but she has a pride flag. So the pride flag is the same, but
it's the same.
Of course, they kept that.
It's completely different. That's trans-dimensional, but the traffic lights are fucking. Who cares about that? That was just they really need to. But in Endgame, they had a heart to it. You had like Nebula's story, even Peter Parker. Is kind of.
You know what's funny about Infinity War? You look at it now and you're like, why didn't he just make twice as many resources instead of wiping out half the planet? But whatever.
Yeah, but
Marvel at least
can't create energy. That's the first law of thermodynamics.
Marvel at least addressed the fact that there's a cleanup company that actually goes around, picking up all this equipment that's lying around, all this radioactive stuff that's kicking about and people making weapons out of it all and everything. That actually, I mean, at least they thought about some of this stuff and brought those in. I mean, DC don't, all that destruction in Superman and all the buildings and everything that blows up and that, it's like, Christ, all these people that have got a claim on their insurance. I mean, Christ, no wonder all our insurance policies go up with all that destruction.
Home got defeated by Superman.
Do you know what? It reminds me of Transformers films, where they keep destroying Chicago every fucking time. And it's like, what do they have with Chicago? Is it like?
I wonder if in 20 years' time we'll look back and think, were these Marvel films really as good as they thought they were at the time? Even the better Marvel
never
films.
good. Well, some of them were.
And some of them, I think we'll say, they weren't that good, really. People just got involved in the hype with them.
Check my letterboxd of Marvel movies because I think I got a ranking.
They were the flavour of the month.
I doubt you've got one that is marked as a 4, Josh. I
do.
I should think you've got mostly 3s and 3.5s. I would have thought for the early stuff, and then it goes worse, and then it probably got a few. You know,
Yeah, I'm
that's my
trying to
thinking.
find
You
out.
know,
I don't think you're wrong, to be honest. I've got so many lists on this fucking app. It's like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Okay, there we go. I've got 4 films which are 6 films that are 4-star actually.
Wow.
Mm.
Homecoming, Endgame, Civil War, Guardians of the Galaxy, Infinity War, and then Winter Soldier.
yeah,
I've got quite a lot of 3.5s.
it will be very Captain America centric for the 4s. I mean, to be quite honest, a lot of
I've
people
got
were
quite a
very
lot of
surprised.
2-stars.
A lot of people were very surprised. You know that Captain
Best
America,
trilogy in the whole MCU.
one of the ground-based, no super real, you know, like cosmic power type characters got such great reviews. You know, but Winter Soldier is brilliant. Civil War is brilliant. You know, even the first Captain America film, I can actually watch that.
I've given that a 3. I think I like parts of it, but I do feel like it drags
Well, it's
quite a
the Red
bit.
Skull that dragged it down.
No, I think the first 2 acts are very, dare I say, boring.
Oh, I
Very
prefer the
grey
first
and
two
muddy, but that's World War.
quite
That's
like
World
it,
War
actually,
Color
now,
Palette, so I guess we've got to forgive that. But at the same time, it's like it doesn't feel like there was much going on for a good 30 minutes of it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I must admit, it's got a story going back all the way to the 40s, hasn't it? I mean, at the end of the day, the comic came out in the 40s. The story was all about the war. So, of course, you've got a character that you've got to build up as showing as weak, mild, went through the army, crap, got very sick, then basically gave him the opportunity to do something for his country, suddenly gets powers, blah, 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 blah. And then all the way to the point where he's in suspended animation for.
They did a great way introducing all the heroes
And
up
then-
to the Avengers,
Yeah,
didn't
and
they?
then he
Tell you
progressed.
what, the worst 2, or the worst 3 for me.
Doesn't he?
Yeah.
In the later films. And
See,
Iron
Man's going to be a much more fast pace because that's more about, oh, this happened. He gets a heart problem because of a piece of shrapnel, and then he's got his armor, and then it's all systems go. You know, I mean, you can't do that fast with Captain America because
And Thor just tried any old thing.
Yeah, he was already just a ready-made superhero, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He came out the womb on steroids, like he was already there. You know.
He had the Dark World, which was just boring.
I don't want to be here. Everyone's got powers. Let's go to Earth where everyone's normal.
The worst one though, Ant-Man 3. I can't believe they made a third Ant-Man, but yeah, Ant-Man 3 is the worst.
That is dreadful. Bill Murray really looks even more
Fucking
pissed off
Spy
than
Kids
usual.
looking ass. Like it's
dialing performances. Yeah,
so bad.
But
also,
that Thor film was pretty bad.
Yeah,
the very last Thor film.
Yeah.
Oh,
whatever.
man, I don't like Thor, to be honest. I just don't think they're very
They
good.
haven't made many good Thor films. He's been more noticeable in the bigger Avengers, you know, stuff. Thor: Love and Thunder, you know, all of those.
Guardians 3 was good. That was a good closure for that trilogy.
Which again is not a Thor film, so it sort of goes in with what I'm saying. It sort of he fits in well with those, but if you put him in his own film, it's like what? What am I watching?
It's like sending a lamb out to the slaughter. It's like you look so confused, you know. Like
but they want to do a
confused in his own film.
Are they?
Yeah. Don't know why.
They want to get Robert Eggers to do it. If Robert Eggers does it, he's officially fucking sold out. Because God, he would never do it. He would never do it.
Have you answered Amy's question, Josh?
What was it?
Don't I have about 3 questions?
You have about 2 or 3.
Yeah, you had about 3.
I have one. What's a film you looked for ages, finally found it, and then didn't enjoy it? It's a bit of a difficult one. You really need to. I'm teasing your brain with that one.
Yeah,
I
really
have to check my letterbox.
And then there's another
one
one
I was looking forward to, of which I didn't like. Yeah.
Yeah, basically like.
Cuckoo, probably.
These really good questions, don't you?
Yeah, leave it to me.
Cuckoo is what I'd say.
I think
With
the
Vintage
further
paper.
you go back, like me and Ian can do, the harder that bloody question is. Because I'm just going, God, what were those ones that I saw in Blockbusters on the shelf, and I just went, oh, I really, really want to go and see that, watch that. And I finally got around to actually renting it, and going, what shit? Why is that?
That's my straw.
You know,
Tell you another one that we were both kind of looking forward to. Well, me probably more than you. Talk to Me.
Oh, Jesus
Oh, I love
Christ.
Talk to Me. What are you talking about? I love Talk to Me.
We didn't enjoy that so much,
Yeah,
did we?
we both thought it was a crock of
Well,
shite.
do you know what?
God damn it.
We went. So earlier in the day we watched the Meg 2, didn't
Yeah.
we? And quite enjoyed
Christ.
it.
Already a bad mood.
Yeah,
And then we got drunk somewhere,
yeah.
and then went to watch Talk to Me.
Yeah.
So we might have been affected by the drink.
Well, you more than me, probably.
Yeah, but I don't like these. I don't like any of these Ouija board type films. I just think they're stupid.
thought-
Like, oh, you have a go. It's like, you've just seen what's happened to this guy. Why are you fucking doing it?
And like the whole situation that girl was in, I thought was like really stupid.
Yeah, it was
anyway.
it was bland. It had no light to it. There was no levity. There was nothing to break the tension. There was no tension either.
Like
really.
out of the two films, Meg 2 was the more fun one.
Yeah,
Talk
quite
to Me
really.
Talk to Me felt so long and boring. I was like, when's this shit over?
Mm.
It's like Hereditary all over again.
Hereditary.
Stop this.
Hereditary
Sorry,
was
Josh.
bloody dreadful as well.
We need to give Josh a break.
I love Hereditary.
What's
But
another
I
film
think
that
Oh, right, it's a great
I'm a
film.
big fan
Yeah.
of Lost in Translation, Josh. It's one of my top 3 favorite films, I
It was
think.
a great film.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no.
I'll give you that.
haven't they just cancelled the box set that was going to be of that? Because something like
No.
Kosh Media or somebody was going to do a really nice set, and it's apparently been cancelled now, and everybody's going, "Oh bloody hell!" I was really looking forward to that.
Was it a 4K set? I know there was rumours of a
Do you know it'd be
4K.
good artwork for Lost in Translation?
What would
What's
be?
that? Well, it'd be Scarlett Johansson's ass. That's the opening of the film, isn't it? Lost in Translation.
I'd buy it. That's on the
Right, yeah.
vinyl.
Oh, is
It's on
it?
the vinyl record. Yeah,
Oh,
I
there
flicked
you
through
go.
HMV and I picked it up and it was just Scarlett Johansson's arse
There
crack.
you go.
I was
Yeah,
Well, that could be the disc.
One of each disc.
See the disc.
Well, yeah, but
You think,
Through
all right,
the
yeah.
disc.
Okay, yeah.
Left
Oh.
cheek and the right cheek as it's 1 and 2 disc specials.
That's just what Sophia Coppola intended with that film.
absolutely. Criterion release.
Yeah.
I think the film which I was looking forward to, which stunk a bunch of booty crack, is Saltburn. I was so
Good
excited for
film,
Saltburn, and then I watched it and I was like, what is this pretentiousness? Emerald Fennell, I could talk about this film for hours. I'm not going to, don't worry. But there's just so much wrong with this piece of shit. And it's like, I don't get what you were doing. Like 4:3 aspect ratio for a film which is as big as it is makes no sense. It just feels prestige for the means to be prestige. And it's not even prestige, it's fucking lame.
I liked how they watched Superbad a year before it came
Yeah,
out.
you know what's funny? Emerald Fennell explained why they made that happen, because she said, "Oh, they got the means to get screeners in 2006."
Yeah.
What does that tell you about her when she was raised in a house like that? She ended up winning an Oscar.
Well,
What does that fucking tell you?
She used to appear on Call the Midwife. She did, so she's come a long way.
She's not clever, okay?
Did you like Promising Young Woman?
No, I thought that was
I quite enjoyed
pretentious
that one.
too. I thought it. She's
production or
used
something.
to.
Well, they only just bought it because it was the pandemic. It couldn't release in cinemas.
She's used to making films about men in society being some kind of sickance, and Saltburn kind of makes so it's about rich people and about how prestige and how farty-arty they are. And the thing is it's kind of like she's trying to make fun of them, but at the same time she's making fun of herself. But she also makes people in the middle class just seem irrelevant. Because because it's like
I was just
Oliver
saying if
goes
I could
back
pick his
to.
nose. No, can't do
I
it.
think Jamie's changed his aspect ratio as a comment.
Oh, he's done a salt burn. God damn it, he did it on
Yeah.
purpose.
Well, I was going to say another thing that really questioned me was like, how the heck did Richard E. Grant bag Rosamund Pike? Because Rosamund Pike's like 40 and he's like 80.
Well, that makes
No,
sense.
what you gotta realize is that money speaks when it comes to people like that, especially in the elite. They got their own mansion and shit, like. But
Yeah.
it's just one of those films where there's nothing beneath the surface of what it thinks it is. It's just like, oh, rich people bad, capitalist society is terrible, but
Sophie
at the same
Alex
time,
this is just the best paycheck she ever had.
Well, yeah. Well,
but the best thing about it is Rosamund Pike, because she understands the tone of it. At least she understands that it's not meant to be this. That she's kind of making fun of prestige art, but Emerald Fennell thinks that, oh no, I'm not making fun of prestige art. I think I'm prestige, and that's the difference. Trying to make going from making fun of prestige to being the thing that she's making fun of just doesn't sit right with me.
but
Especially if her whole marketing campaign is based on it.
But where it ends up, it doesn't make any sense, does it?
No, it doesn't, does it?
The whole, you kind of you get to the end and the sort of, the revelation, and you think, really?
Yeah.
That doesn't with the bike. So from the bike and the
It's like it went perfectly to plan.
yeah, it really did, didn't it?
It's
The
like
reveal-
a Scooby-Doo plot.
The fucking reveal has to be. It has to be a bit like she can't be serious with it.
That's
with
very much
him
like
typing in
promising young woman. There's a sort of situation in that that's like
no, but the reveal of him not typing anything on the computer is the funniest thing, because that has to be a bit, right? That has to be a joke. That can't be real. Just two actual reveals. Him not having any money and then the bike just being planted there, and then him turning around not even typing anything. That has to be a bit. That can't be real.
We did enjoy it, though, didn't we?
we did have a good time.
Apart from having said that, we did like
it was like a solid 3.5 4-star.
yeah. It's kind of throwaway.
Yeah, I wouldn't watch it.
Oh, it was
again.
funny for me though, because my screening was just. I was the youngest person in there. Everyone was over the age of 70. As soon as he started slurping cum from the tub, everybody left. I was the only one left. And it was quite funny. They were like,
It was a bath water, yeah.
yeah, it wasn't bath
bit.
water.
Yeah.
It wasn't bath water.
That's the common way of saying
That's
it.
what that's how
That's
it's
the monetization version of bath water.
I've got another question.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Have you ever been in a cinema on your own?
Few times. Oh, yeah.
Have you?
Yeah. And then somebody come in.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, that often happens, doesn't it?
They disturbed you at the back.
I was about 10 minutes before everybody else.
Oh, right. Okay.
No,
That's
no.
different.
Well, no.
That's just poor time management, Pete.
Well, no, this was like partway through the film.
Right.
And then somebody came in.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's a bit
They
strange.
just got the wrong screen.
I think there was two films I had there. I had that with Transformers 5, which makes sense. That tracks. And then Ghostbusters Afterlife, which also tracks. But
I had it with a 10:30 p.m. screening of Raw.
I fucking love Raw.
That was a great experience because you get I don't know if it's the start or the end of the film, but when the words come up and the screen is like red and the music comes on, it's like really like intense. And I was just sitting there in the top corner, in the cobweb corner where I sit.
I don't even remember there being any opening credits for Raw, were there?
I think it's a cold open with like the road, isn't it? And then
cold open with the road and then the car crash.
Yeah,
I remember. But I need to watch it again. I got the Blu-ray somewhere. I need to fish it out.
Yeah, I showed you that, didn't I, Pete?
Yeah, really.
You need to watch to 10. Have you
seen
to 10?
It's great. It's brilliant. It is. I never look at a car gear stick the same way again.
All right. Wait, Josh, have you seen Holy Motors?
I haven't, but I've seen Leo Carax's Annette, which is the one
Oh.
after Holy Motors.
Oh, right,
But I
okay.
need to watch Holy Motors.
Hmm,
I've heard it's good.
that's batshit crazy.
Well, you got me out.
Yeah, it's like a pseudo musical, isn't it? It's like a
Mm.
musical, isn't it?
Listen,
Yeah.
Kylie Minogue in it.
Kylie Minogue's in it, yeah.
Okay, I'm sold.
Oh yeah, she's not like she is in Street Fighter though.
I'll
Thank
stick
God
to
for
that.
that.
Fighter?
Thank bloody God for that. Jesus.
Don't
Christ.
say that.
I've
I want to see
I've
this
had-
now.
only just about got over the nightmare of that after I watched Speed 2 because that sort of like took the edge off things.
Speed 2 and Street Fighter. Now that's a good bit of build.
You need to watch Speed Racer if you haven't. That one's a
Speed
I have
Racer
to-
is a
I had
really
to mention,
underrated
I had to
film.
mention Speed 2 in
Yes.
this at some point. So
thank
there
you, Pete.
are.
Speed
Yeah,
Speed Racer needs to be loved. Okay.
Well, yeah,
Speed
it
Racer's
is definitely
baller.
underrated film that's getting a lot more love. I mean, it's much more better than Jupiter Descending.
There's a
Very-
chimpanzee who
very colourful
eats so
film.
much candy he jumps around. What's
Very
not
col-
to love?
I was just impressed with the color scheme in Speed Racer.
That was
Incredibly
a
colourful.
really nice surprise when that came out in 2007 or
It's
6.
an ugly movie, but I love it.
But let's get on to what we've watched.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I'll go through what I've watched because
That's the longest
We've-
what I've watched ever, isn't it?
we've watched 2 things together, haven't we?
Okay.
Well, a few things together, haven't we?
Yeah.
Um,
So just because you watch more than me, you get to go first.
well, yeah, because we've got the big film till the end, didn't we?
Yeah, all right then.
Well, I went to watch Mega Octopus.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, what do you think?
It's a bit shit,
Bad,
wasn't
isn't
it?
It's
is-
bad, isn't it?
I was bored in it, but I wasn't as like disappointed or mad like I was with Joker. I was just like, I've seen
It's
it.
so it's so weird, isn't it?
When I came out the
It's
cinema,
all
an
over the place. Really,
an
that
old bloke come up to me and he said, "Did you understand that?" I said, "No, I never." He said, "Oh, I thought you'd understand it because you're young." I said, "No."
Mm.
And I was telling him all about the vineyard. He couldn't believe it. He said, "What an idiot!"
I love the scene where you got the America's Got Talent girl who just starts singing. Then
Oh,
what's his
yeah,
name?
they vote on her virginity or something, don't they?
Yeah, and then it just cuts to Adam Driver doing this, like,
Yeah,
and the
that's
camera's
such a-
spinning.
It's a weird, over the top, stupid film. I know there's some defenders out there, but I don't think it will get much love in the future. I don't think.
Mm.
But
World of
anyway,
Razzies.
yeah, probably. But also we watched. Well, we did watch Joker, didn't we, together on TV, and A Few
Okay.
Good Men.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
They were good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We did. Yeah, we like them.
yeah,
We like a courtroom drama, don't we?
yeah. We could handle the truth.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Joker was great.
That's a good reference to that film.
Yeah.
No one's ever done that before.
No, I know that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Joker was great. It makes you really wonder where the heck the second one went wrong.
Well, Joker,
Mm.
I'm not huge on.
I
I don't like the first one
a bit
either.
more now.
Yeah. I always find Joker a bit. No, I always said to you before, makes the working class seem like they'll just love a murderer. Like, oh, he's just killed someone on screen. We love him. I know, like,
Joker
Gotham's
to me
gonna
is
be a
just
horrible place, but
yeah, Joker to me is just up its own arse a little bit. You know, it's like very.
It
It's very,
really is.
Look at me. I'm all sort of like art couture. You know, like this sort of stuff. You
Look
know,
at me, I'm
and
the guy who made The Hangover. Look at me making a real film. Quote,
The
unquote.
thing I didn't was huge on it was like the constant bringing up of like Thomas Wayne and
yeah.
all that. Could have took all that out and it won't.
I remember, I think it was Jenny Nicholson who said, "This is exactly what a film about a film that is a political commentary made by somebody called Todd would look like."
Yep. Yep.
This is what the guy who made Road Trip would got to say when it comes to politics.
The worst thing about the first Joker is that it's supposed to be this very dark and sadistic take on mental health issues. Bro, have you seen Requiem for a Dream? Have you seen Melancholia?
I
Have
haven't
you seen The House that
Requiem.
Jack built? Those
haven't
films are so much better and have a better
yeah.
sense of what mental health issues are. Joker's just, I'm feeling depressed today. Is it
Yeah.
just me or do I feel sad?
What's Jamie's take on Joker one? Jamie, you've seen Joker 2. What was your impression of Joker 1 when it first came out, and what's your opinion of it now?
So I rewatched Joker, the first one, in preparation.
Yeah.
So 2019, Joker was my favourite film, better than Endgame, better than anything. It was best film of 2019 by far. I think it's a masterpiece. Joaquin Phoenix gives one of the best performances I've ever seen. And then I watched it. And then it came out to buy in like beginning of 2020, so I watched it again a few times. I watched it twice at the cinema, or 3 times. It was twice, and then I rewatched it in preparation for Joker 2, and it is an absolute masterpiece. I actually forgot how good the film is. I forgot how good it actually is.
You were making it sound like you were going to hate it, and I was going to be like, one of us, but no.
I don't hate it. I think it's an absolute masterpiece, and it still holds up.
But you've seen both films now, and I think of them as being chalk and cheese a little bit. You know, so would you say therefore that your opinion of Joker 1 has elevated because of Joker 2, or has Joker 2 superseded Joker 1 in your opinion? You know,
I kind of the thing is, I watched Joker 1 again before 2, so it's kind of got better. Joker 1's got better and better for me.
So it's a better film than Joker 2. Then you'd say that?
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Right. That's what I was trying to get at.
Is Joker 2 a masterpiece, though, or close to it?
Oh,
I'm still thinking about it. I need to give it a rewatch.
My ears aren't ready to hear that. Because
they certainly need the money, Jamie. That's what
but it seems to me what they say in the ending. It sort of makes the first film pretty redundant. I mean, the director tried to be clever, saying at the end.
Yeah.
I don't want to say, because people who haven't seen it probably don't want a spoiler, but to me, what I know of the spoiler is basically saying, it's all redundant.
People seem to not be that bothered about it being sport because they just don't care. It definitely feels like kind of misleading, shall we just say?
No, it did a 90% drop.
After the first week, I don't think anybody cares now about the end because it's like word of mouth has got out there now, and anybody that really, really wanted to see it, I think, has seen it.
Yeah. I hated it.
If you remember last week, I said you could talk as much as you like about it now because I don't think I'll ever get to the cinema to actually see it because I want to go and see Substance, which, by the way, I'm going to go and see Monday. I've got my ticket to see that Monday because I want to talk about it because so many people have told me almost film of the year type sort of comments to me. So I really want to know what it's about and not be the person in the back of the room that hadn't seen it yet.
I'm going to be watching it again tomorrow.
Well, there you are.
Very excited.
I really love for you to see it. I think you'd love it.
Yeah, I'll catch it sometime. I don't have much time.
Just warning you, it makes Evil Dead 2013 look like Teletubbies. It's very gross.
Oh, you've got a strong stomach. You like body horror stuff.
What's it got to do with Evil Dead?
I don't know.
It's just the amount of gore that's in it. The amount of gore that's in it.
Tell you what I like about this.
Well, I just watched Sarlo 2 weeks
ago.
Oh my god!
Last night.
Well, you can't spoil it.
I'll tell you what I used to like about this time of the year, right? Back in the day, everybody was now at this particular point in time looking forward to the Christmas blockbusters, right? And then just when the new year came on and it's about reflection, there was all sorts of shows that were on doing films of the year and all of this sort of stuff, and going back and saying, oh, you know, what did you think of this and what did you think of that? We don't have that sort of excitement anymore. I miss those days. I even on being on YouTube now for a couple of years and watching YouTube for many years, I don't think we do a reflection of the year on sort of like New Year's Day or around this point, you know, to turn around and say, oh, these are the films I watched, and let's talk about the ones that were shit, let's talk about the ones that were great. And everything in between is not mentioned, but somebody might come up and bring up one of those films. It's a very interesting thing to do, but I don't think I see much of that. You know, so you know, I'm looking forward, I think, now to going up to Christmas, and January is definitely going to be a reflection for me with what's happened to me during the year. So I'm quite looking forward
For
to
me too, as well.
you know,
like, it's going to be.
I think you'd do a great one, Josh. A reflection of the years.
It'll
best
just
film.
be so goddamn long.
Single.
It'll take me a long time to make it if I did one.
It could almost be a blog, one of my blogs, couldn't it? 2.5 hours long.
I reckon it'll be longer because I've seen a lot of shit this year. Like, I've seen a lot of movies this year.
If I'm being honest, I'm just gonna say it, and I don't care. This year hasn't been a good year for film at all.
No, we talked about it last. We talked about it
think
last
it kind
week,
of has.
where I think it's been more an indie year, which is, to me is
has
quite
been
good.
more
I
indie.
quite like that.
All we've had this year is prequel, sequel, remake, and
But you like remakes, Jamie.
what?
You like remakes?
I'm not, yeah, I know, but it's just it's like Roadhouse, a perfect example.
Yeah.
I watched the original for the first time because I didn't want to go straight into the remake. I wanted to do the original first. The original was amazing. It was perfect. Watched the remake, didn't finish it, fell asleep, couldn't get into it. The original was so much better.
But I'm sort of semi in agreement with you, Jamie, because basically that's the big studios. But I think this has been the year of indie. Much smaller films showing up what the big movie studios,
and a lot of success has been in indie films this year. Yeah.
You know, so from that point of view, I'm glad it's got to show up what the big studios are
never in any year would you expect a film like Longlegs to make 100 million.
Yeah. And I think that's like I always say, I think that's a reaction to what we're getting. Like Delboy was saying earlier.
To be honest, Longlegs is one of the best films I've seen this year, but that's not saying much.
I mean, when you consider Borderlands and all that sort of stuff, I mean, what sort of shit they've spent millions and millions and millions on. A little film comes along and goes, up yours, and gets that sort of revenue, and it's all indie. It's all smaller stuff. And that's why I think this year, quintessentially, a vintage bottle of wine moment for smaller cinema.
Yeah.
And to be quite honest, if you've got one of those every 3 years, I don't mind. Because I'll tell you what, it's going to take a while for the big studios to downsize and do something like that because they've got so much in production in advance. So it's going
they've got so much to lose as well. That's the thing. They've got credibility and all their stocks to lose. These indie companies don't have stock takers losing millions and millions of dollars, have they?
In no way should a sequel to Joker cost $200 million. That's
ridiculous.
And it looks fucking cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah, ridiculous.
Where did it go?
Yeah, where did it go? All to the actors and everything else
mention that.
Why not? It's my favourite word to bring up, the acolyte.
But like, it's been such a good year. Like, The Substance, you got Challengers, Kinds of Kindness, even
Strange Darling,
Zone of Interest.
Strange Darling's sick. Yeah,
Do you like
Zone of Interest.
Oh, I'll tell you what I did watch this week, and it took me a bloody long time to get round to seeing it, and that was P2. That parking lot thing, which is on P2.
Oh, you mean the one that's like Saw but set in a car park?
Yeah, P2. It's really quite good.
I actually got that on DVD. I found it in a charity shop for like 50p on DVD because I wanted to watch it. And believe it or not, the Blu-ray of P2s in CX is like 18 to 20 quid. It's expensive.
Oh yeah, it's a ridiculous amount of money if you want to buy that film now.
DVD obviously I've watched it on DVD and I loved it. I thought it was great.
It took me a long time to get round to seeing it. That's all.
It
It was
was
a lot of
great.
people were talking about it, and I was going, "Why can't I remember what the title of this film is when it's actually just two characters, Pete and two?"
It was great. I enjoyed it.
I also think that this year has been incredible for film festivals. Like the film festivals have been
Yeah.
absolutely incredible. They got films like Flow. They got The Brutalist, which is a 70mm 3.5 hour film with an intermission, which is
Right.
apparently runner up for Best Picture. Like it's
Right,
not often you get stuff like that. You've also got like It's What's Inside, Heretic, Black Box Diaries, documentaries like that. Like
That
Yeah.
looks
such
good.
a
That's the
good-
one with Huge Grant in it.
huge grant.
Huge
yes.
grant.
Yeah.
I got a huge grant once. Bloody hell.
Yeah.
But it's
Yeah.
it's a good year if you're someone like me who looks at indies more than big blockbusters, because I don't give a
Yeah.
shit about blockbusters. There's a reason why I don't really go to cinema as much anymore. It's because the blockbusters are all the same.
I think
The indies
a
are all
lot of
different.
people, I think a lot of people are following suit though, Josh.
Yeah.
I think they're finally catching on. What do I want to go and see this film part 6? You know, I'd rather go and watch something new.
There are some I go and see, like Alien Romulus. That was great.
Yeah, that's a built-in sort of like fanism.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Alien films though. I just went in because 1, it looked excellent. 2, I want to support films which don't cost as much money. Even though it cost a good like 80 mil, it looks.
I'm
looked
just
very
glad
expensive,
that
you know.
film just didn't suck.
Mm.
That
Yeah.
it came out and actually it sucked. It
Dune
actually
Part 2, my
it
film of the year.
actually intrigued me with its oh my god, I've got a 30-second trailer for this. And then I didn't watch anything until when I actually saw it in the pictures. And I came away going, it didn't suck. That's what I can say
Unlike the
about
Fall Guy.
Yeah, that's
That
it, isn't it?
was
it. Oh, Fall Guy. I have
I thought it was
nightmares about that.
okay. I thought it was okay.
That's one of the worst things of the year. Dreadful.
Yeah. Right up there with the stinkers. That one.
We did watch American Pie 2, didn't we?
We did, yeah. I
Hmm.
forgot we did that.
That was fun. Never seen that
Yeah,
one
the films
before.
from my youth.
That was a pretty good sequel. It's not amazing, but it's
No.
a solid time.
Yeah,
I prefer it to the first one actually.
yeah. It's got
I
some
like it
good,
quite a
you know,
bit.
It's got some funny moments to
I
it.
forgot the hilarious super glue mixed with lube scene was in the second one.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
thought it was. I didn't know if it was in the first or the second, but it was in the second one. I was happy to see that.
One of the jokes goes on for far too long though.
Which joke is that?
The one in the house with the 3
Oh, what
women.
the-
is it?
You know, I saw a cut that was different because I saw the original cut that didn't go on as long.
No.
But
This
some of
was
that's
the unrated cut.
yeah, it was
wasn't
very long. Yeah,
Yeah, there was
lot
Oh,
of
yeah.
a lot of
extra bits in it.
touching bits, more like.
Yeah, there's a few bit naughty, wasn't it, Pete?
I
I had to cover your eyes at some points, didn't I?
I was like, oh, I can see his hands.
Yeah. Yeah.
You had to give me audio description.
Yeah. I
Would
like to tell all the naughty bits.
And
I'm
then
touching his ass. Stuff like that.
and then last night we went to go to our local multiplex of wonders.
Our local Lux Odeon.
Yes,
Now,
it's now Lux.
really, yeah,
We went there for a late night screening
been luxed up.
of Terrifier 3. Who'd have thunk that?
Yeah, we did.
So what did you think?
You got
of it?
luxed up with Terrifier 3.
We got luxed up.
Yeah.
Well, I'm one of the sick people who enjoyed it, Pete.
Oh no.
One of those people who, lives in their basement, sits there, sharpening their axes. And
There's one female character sharpening her glass something.
yeah, it was, yeah.
Jesus
So I
Christ.
thought it
Okay.
was. So, as a fan of the Terrifier films, I think that it was absolutely not a disappointment. This is the film I've been looking forward to for the whole year. It's the only one I'm really bothered about, which is why I went to the cinema to see it, because I don't have much time during the week. And I thought it was a perfect Terrifier film with a lot of boring bits. They
It's a perfect Terrifier film, but it's got boring bits.
Yeah, so it has like,
Excellent.
you have a horror film and you'll have like the gory parts, the kills, and then you'll have a bit of levity. In this, they go on too long. The bits that the breaks you have, I was yawning through a lot of it. It was very Hallmark.
Yeah.
Because I watch a lot of those Hallmark Christmas films. I don't know why, but I do. But
The ones with the same posters, yeah.
Yeah, all the
ones with
same posters,
exact same posters where they're standing by the exact same Christmas tree with the exact same italic font. Yeah, I get it.
The guy hates Christmas,
actually,
and the girl loves Christmas and has to convince him that Christmas
the
is
young
good.
girl, the daughter,
Yeah,
she's in a lot of those Hallmark films.
Maybe that's why I thought that then.
Yeah,
Maybe I've seen it.
Because I checked her IMDb, she's in a few of them.
Right, okay then. Yeah, so it's Meghan Markle, I think.
Well,
Anyway.
that's a surprise.
But like, the kills were great. I think that it is a great Terrifier film. Terrifier fans will not be disappointed. But it felt like watching a great Terrifier movie with ads in the middle of it. It was like, let's get through this. Skip the ad and let's get to the next Terrifier part.
Was it funny?
Well, that's the other. So the ironic thing is that you'll have the comedy in between the kills in most horror films, but in this one, the comedy is the kills. So it's a series of skits, isn't it? It's like comedy skits with Art the Clown doing his thing, more creative kills, and then you've got just a boring bit that doesn't have anything.
What did you say last night? He's like Mr. Bean.
I think he is like Mr. Bean, yeah. The way he's like, oh, shucks and all that kind of stuff. Like, he can't talk.
Oh, Scoob!
Yeah. So I think that it is,
funny old friend.
It's actually like if you had Mr. Bean and like you've got like the village fate that Mr. Bean is going to ruin. It's like you've got Mr. Bean and then you cut to the village fate being planned, and you're like, I don't care about this village fate being planned with Angus Deaton and Nick Hancock, who are always in those things. I want to get to Mr. Bean again.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's kind of what I thought. So it's a great. Terrifier fans will not be disappointed, and the opening is perfect. It's magnificent, I think.
It's one of the best openings to a horror film in a long while.
Yeah, and it reminds me of like a lot of the 90s controversial, like we were watching Brass Eyed, the Chris Morris things that were made to shock and would make the front page of the Daily Mail saying this is the worst thing. It makes fun. It makes fun of ancient taboos rather than like poking fun at like a group of people or whatever. It's like, let's go really back to stuff you cannot.
So it's quite subtle with it. It's not exactly.
I wouldn't say it's subtle.
No, within the first 10 minutes they do something you're like, wow, you can't do that. And then later on in the film they do a few more and I'm like, oh dear, you did.
By that time you're used to it.
Yeah. Is it your favourite of the trilogy?
I can't remember the other. So I love Terrifier, but I can't remember what happened. So it continues from the last film, but I couldn't even remember what happened in the last film. So it's quite odd that those films are just an experience rather than you're following the story. But I love the kills. I love the lore. It goes a bit fantasy, like it did in the last film. But yeah, the family stuff. Less of that next time, please.
Yes, and I do agree. It was a lull. You get every time you see him, it's so much fun, and it's just very.
Well, that's the other thing. It's like Scream 2. You have like Sydney, and she's worried about this new killer's come back. They've come back, and Ghostface is around all the time. You get the specter of the villain around, but in these family scenes, he's not even.
They're safe zones. They're like safe zones.
Yeah.
You're like you can breathe now, and then when he comes in.
You can be bored now.
Yeah. But it is a lot of fun. It is.
I'll allow you to. Yeah.
It's gory. It's probably the funniest film I've seen in a few years. I was sitting there laughing at some
Yeah,
of the
it's
most
funny.
brutal kills with the chainsaw and what
Oh,
he
yeah.
did Santa on his knee.
Yeah.
Sorry? What did you do on his knee?
We cannot.
Actually, I
We
don't want to know. I don't
cannot
wanna
tell
know.
you what he
we'll
did
leave
on his
that
knee.
treat for the viewers to find out when they go and see.
Yeah.
You think that he sunk to lows and then he goes to a new low.
Yeah.
I
bet
think
he
I
did.
think I was sitting there laughing at
That's
some
not
of
like
these-
that.
But I had a blast with it. I enjoyed it a lot more than the other two, I think. I do like the other two. I think the second one's great. This one's the best one. Keep them coming. And Art the Clown is just a blast.
Yeah.
It is. For someone who says nothing, it says everything in just the way he acts.
Yeah, and it kind of goes back to that like splatter horror. You know
Yeah.
how like Evil Dead is like, I think they said about Sam Raimi said is it the Three Stooges,
Yeah.
but you replace custard pies with like blood
And that is very
chainsaws.
similar there.
Yeah, so it's like slapstick, and it's the way he acts and the way he reacts to this stuff. You know, it's
Especially the bit where boop, on the nose.
yeah, a little bop on the nose. Yeah, he's got a little bit of cheeky humor, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has.
Yeah, he's not all bad, is he?
Nah, he's like a little child when he saw Santa.
Yeah.
Like, literally.
Yeah, and the Christmas setting is really good. It was
Yeah.
a bit weird watching it in October.
I was a bit worried about the Christmas setting, but it makes perfect sense in
Yeah.
this. It would have been great if it came out at Christmas, but
I
obviously
think it's a Christmas staple. It's replaced Suspiria as my Christmas film. I think.
Gather around with your turkey and watch a bit of Terrifier.
Yeah, my poor old mum.
But we have finally got through everything that we've watched.
Fucking hell.
An
Feature
hour
length.
and 40
1 hour and
minutes.
52 minutes.
I was gonna say, by the way,
Yeah.
Melancholia is a great film.
Everybody's gone home going,
And
am I going to
Requiem
get
for a
this
Dream
question
is
answered?
a great film about, like, especially the Ellen Burstyn stuff with the eating disorder and all
I
that.
wouldn't mind watching
it's,
Requiem for a
it's
Dream.
heartbreaking.
It's very disturbing, Pete.
It
but
is
it's
very
excellent.
difficult to watch. Probably the hardest film to watch of, famously very hard to watch. But I think if you go into Joker, seeing it as a mental health film, I don't think it was ever intended really to be, because Joker is mad, like using that word as in like he's a criminal, criminally psychopathic. So it's
I think like a lot of people just went into it like, oh, it's a DC film, not in the universe, but this was something different that they were doing at the time, and Marvel wasn't doing anything like it as well. So
Melancholia is worth watching. That's a good one.
Oh.
Melancholia is just pain, though. It's it's
came out the same year as well.
It's Suffering. Came out at the same time as Another Earth. 'Cause that's another example.
Another Earth. That's Mike Cahill, isn't it? Yeah.
Two films coming out that had the same kind of subject of like, I think
existential dread, pretty much.
Well, and also the more kind of ostensible planet coming.
Yeah, that's kind of what I mean by like existential dread. Is they're both like, especially if you've had panic attacks before, you feel like the world's ending. That's kind of what these films are. They're just panic attacks.
Okay.
So
yeah, it's like when you're depressed or anxious, the whole world is like that. So that's why in that film, this planet is heading towards Earth.
Also, it's like Zelda Majora's Mask.
What?
You and fucking Zelda.
There's a planet coming to the Earth and that.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, you have to stop
Of course,
that.
you mentioned Zelda.
Got her. It's in
You've got her.
I've got her. It's in the law. It is.
Is it? Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Anyway.
I did also watch the next episode of Agatha all along.
Excellent. What did you think of that, Pete?
Bearable.
Oh, yeah, you liked it more than the other ones.
Well, it was a better episode, but still a bit shit.
Oh.
They did the spider walk from The Exorcist.
Yeah, and the spider walk should never be in The Exorcist.
Bro, the needle drop. Didn't they play Billie Eilish song at the end of one of the episodes?
They did, yeah. And the episode was only 20 minutes.
What was it?
I saw that on Twitter and I was like, "You're taking the piss now." Like, you're playing Billie Eilish. You're making me hate that song now, and I love it.
Wow. We have got 73 questions waiting, an hour and 40 minutes behind. So I think we better get on to the section.
Why not?
Why not? But I'll leave Josh's link in the description down below. Everybody's links is in the description down below. So be sure to go and give them all a subscription because they've all got wonderful channels.
Thank you.
Let's get on with the comments.
You haven't said that everyone's like, okay. You haven't said to everyone to promote their channels. Should I not have done that? Well, carry on. Everyone can promote their channels while they're answering the questions, I suppose.
I just thought we'd get rid of the comments.
All right, then, yeah.
But yeah, everybody can promote their channels if you want to.
Why not everyone do it at the same time, and then it'll save time?
Yeah. Ian, do you want to promote your channel to everybody watching at home?
Yeah, my channel is it's just me going on about films. Most of them appear to be old films. There's a retro feel about it. I do TV shows, obviously Doctor Who quite a bit. Classic Doctor Who, not we won't talk about modern Doctor
Quite a bit.
And a bit of music as well. I like to do albums. Albums are, I love proper albums, proper stuff from olden days. You know, when albums were a work of art, really. Not just something just shoved together with a load of songs from hits and the rest don't matter. You know, albums
Stop judging my taste. Stop judging my music taste. Ian. Leave my music alone.
I'm not dissing your music. It's just that
I'm joking.
albums were really
my
great.
music taste is kind of shit now, but I'll go with
classic albums. That's what we need.
Great stuff.
I think that's down to what's out there, though, Josh. I don't think that's anything to do with your taste. It's what is there out there.
No, but I'm feeding into the zeitgeist of listening to the things that are out there now. You know.
Well, what do you think of the music today?
Well, yeah, it's fine. All music's fine all the time, isn't it?
I suppose some of it.
Hands up who listens to Radio 1. You know, it used to be like that back in the day, wasn't it? You know?
Well, no,
I do.
I don't think anyone of any modern era has ever listened to Radio 1 as a good source of new music, have they?
No, you just pop into McDonald's like I do.
Yeah, you got all your music taste from McDonald's or Tony Hawk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get mine from elevators. Elevator music.
Music,
yeah.
Well, Sabrina,
have they actually started playing the Christmas music in Sainsbury's and Tesco yet? I just want to know.
Yes, they did. Yeah, they have.
Good God.
Sabrina Carpenter, she's good.
Yeah.
Oh, I like Sabrina Carpenter.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one she did with Jenna Omega. Everybody liked that one.
Jenna Omega.
Oh, dear, beat.
Yeah.
Why was only in the music video.
Yeah.
So, what about you, Jamie? Do you want to promote your channel to everybody watching at home?
It's just the Batman Talks movies.
Awesome stuff. What about you, Delboy?
Oh, well, thanks very much. For all three of you that watch my stuff, the blog is probably the one I'm most well known for, but I am trying to get rid of that sort of like feeling from and do more stuff on gaming and films and discussions and all of that sort of stuff. In fact, I actually did a count and I've now done more videos outside of the blog than I did within the blog, which is where it all started for me. So thanks to everybody that's actually supported me and actually watched any of my stuff. It's really appreciated. And I'm going on a journey and I hope you join that journey with me. That's all I can say, really. And thanks very much for allowing me to say all that, Pete. Thank you.
It's okay. You got a brilliant channel. And what about you, Josh?
Through the Lens on YouTube, I just talk movies in a very pretentious and stuck-up way.
No,
which Self-inflicted.
No, you
But,
don't.
yeah.
Mhm.
I'm a nerd. Yeah, talk movies online. Follow me on Letterboxd. That's where I'm most active.
Mm.
YouTube is kind of hit or miss at the minute, especially with personal issues. But yeah, I need more regular uploads. But again, I'm back at work now, so I won't have time. But yeah, follow me on Letterboxd if you want to see what I'm doing in the meantime or what I'm watching in the meantime. Because I write reviews on there because they're easy. I'm better at written reviews than I am with anything else. So yeah,
Great.
follow me
stuff.
over there, lads.
So let's. Oh yeah, what about your Twitch scripts?
How could you forget?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
catch me on Amy Bell 7777 for regular playing games and chatting stuff. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. And be sure to catch me on the channel called Playtendoguy. Search it up. Oh yeah, this is channel. Yeah, that's true. I don't know
That
why.
game collection's growing slowly. That's just my little. That's my little in joke.
Right, yeah, new games.
Oh.
I can only play one game at a time. That's the other thing. That's what my channel is, so non-diverse. It's amazing.
This is what I'm playing at the moment.
Yes, I saw you
Silent
got
Hill 2.
stuff.
I've heard it's good, isn't it?
Oh, it's brilliant. It's terrifying.
I'm a bit like Amy, you see. I tend to find I can't hold two joysticks in my hand and play two games at the same time. I can play one game at a time. I find that all right. You know what I mean? But I can't do two
Yeah,
at the
I
same
can
time.
drive and play games at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's easy. But two games at the same time. I can't do that.
I also playing a bit of Astrobot to calm me down after playing Silent Hill.
Nice.
Yeah.
Though Astrobot was doing my nutting today.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know why you didn't just,
I don't know. Easy
just
mode.
didn't have to double jump.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, anyway, everybody's links in the description down below. I'll put Josh's in after the stream. So be sure to go and check out everybody's channels. They've all got wonderful channels. So let's get on with the comments.
About time, bro.
And we got StreamYard. No, we haven't. We've got Marvel fans saying, "Hi all, how are you?" Doing very well, Marvel fan. Hope you're doing well too, mate. We've got
Hey, man.
Sai saying morning. I mean evening.
Must be far from it.
Oh, only took me 2 hours.
Yes. Yeah, we don't have to read anything.
We've got Mac Chat saying, "Hey all, hey Mac, hope you're doing well, my friend. Thank you for joining." Mac Chat has finally caught up with The Substance, and what an insanely brilliant film. Margaret Qualley is giving Sydney Sweeney a run for her money, and I'll have a give the bad news to one. I can't marry both, or can I? Yeah.
So looking
Qualley's
forward.
a
I'm so
much
looking
better
forward.
actress.
So looking forward to Monday and seeing this bloody Substance film.
Yeah,
after so many
Margaret
weeks.
Qualley, she was in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, I think, wasn't she?
Yes.
They both were. But Margaret Qualley's a much better actress than Sydney Sweeney. Everything I've seen Sydney Sweeney in, her agent hates her. Fucking Madam Web, Anyone But You. Come on, man. She's having a terrible year. But she was good in Euphoria, but that's because Sam Levinson made it about him. But she was good in that. But Margaret Qualley, she just picks better movies. Kinds of Kindness, and The Substance. Both great. So
She was also in Death Stranding. She was great in that.
Mm-hmm.
She was.
Was she?
Yeah.
All them years ago.
Yeah.
How old was she when she was in that?
So no, it came out in 2018, and she was in that.
Wow. Okay.
But yeah, she is great in The Substance. Really does play well against Demi Moore in that. Such a fantastic film.
It's Demi Moore's movie, but she's great. You know.
Yeah, it's up there. One of the best of the year. Could be the best of the year. Have you seen it, Ian?
No, I really want to see it because I think I'm going to like it. The Substance, definitely. Hopefully, because it probably won't come out on physical media, will it, by end of year?
Yes. Actually, it's coming out in July.
It's
It's coming out in
coming
July,
out when?
apparently. July.
Oh
maybe.
yeah, it's a long way off.
They take their time with that.
But hopefully, I might be able to get a download of it.
Don't
'Cause
worry,
I'm sure it'll
sort
be
you out
my
with one.
top 5. I've got a feeling it would be in my top 5 films that year. I've already got 4 that I would consider, and The Substance I think would be right up my street.
Yeah,
definitely.
And I tell you what, that's a prestigious list. It goes along with How You Make Yorkshire Tea. I go fishing every weekend. Documentary. I mean, it's up there, isn't it, with your top films, isn't it? There.
Also goes with Grand Designs.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
What about you, Jamie? What do you think of The Subsidence?
I've not watched it, but I heard there's been a lot of buzz about it, and I heard this is going to live up to the hype because pretty much everything that's just been hyped up this year.
Bro, it's hype conversation.
Well, I think this is one of the few films that did live up to the hype.
I don't know what it's about, so I'm going to this blind.
Yeah, go in completely blind, Jamie. You'll have a great time if you watch it.
I'm gonna move away from hype and turn around and say I really hope it's better than the buzz that it's getting. How's that? That's
that's better.
Yeah. Well, I can't wait to hear your opinion on it, Delboy, when you go and see it.
I'm so looking forward to Monday. Yeah.
Awesome. And you haven't seen it?
Yeah, I'll go and see it on streaming.
Yeah, I'm sure
I'm
you'll
intrigued. I think I'll love it. Yeah. I like weird stuff.
Yeah, I like weird stuff too.
No, it's definitely worth it.
Obviously, if I get a chance to watch it before the end of the year, but I might not. I just hope we can end the year that we actually get a film that actually lives up to the hype.
Yeah, I think that could.
I think people over the last 15 years have been open for that and been disappointed.
Oh, I forgot. There's one film I'm watching. Sorry, I forgot to mention it. It's called Occupied City.
Oh,
it's a 4.5-hour documentary about Nazis' occupation of Amsterdam, but it's through a collection of images of current day Amsterdam. It's a Steve McQueen documentary. The director of 12 Years
I heard
Slave.
he was making a documentary. I didn't know what it was about though.
No, I'm an hour in, so I'm barely a quarter of the way, but it's so fascinating.
Is it harrowing?
Because it's basically just it's narration over the top of current day Amsterdam. Steve McQueen went to Amsterdam, just shot a bunch of random things, people doing whatever they're doing. But on top of that, you've got dialogue about real accounts of the Nazis' occupation over Amsterdam. So it's really, really interesting, and it kind of contrasts itself, but it's so good. I was just scrolling through Letterboxd and found it, and I thought I'd mention it. Sorry.
I think I have heard that come out earlier this year, and a lot of people said it was really good.
It's come on to Mubi right now. And
great stuff.
And again, like an hour in out of 4.5 hours. It is very challenging, which is why a lot of people at film festivals kind of skipped it, just because of how long it is. But I think it's definitely worth it. And I'm gonna probably watch more of it tonight if I don't fall asleep, because I am tired. But it's a very slow watch too, because it's literally just images of trains and people running and stuff in Amsterdam. So it's basically just that. You got to listen to it though.
That sounds interesting. 4.5 hours. It's quite a lengthy one. I guess you could watch it an hour sort of burst. Does it have chapters in it, or is it?
No.
Oh.
No.
They do tend to split those things up when they're on Sky Arts. I mean, that Muhammad Ali one was 2 hours per part 1, 2 hours part 2.
Well, it's distributed by some very reputable studios. A24 picked it up, but it's also distributed by Regency, Film 4, and a couple others as
Ooh.
well. So quite a few, which surprises me for a documentary. For a
Yeah.
documentary that's 4.5 hours long, but to be honest, it is from one of the greatest filmmakers working today, Steve McQueen. So
Yeah.
it kind of
Let's
tracks.
watch. We've got Marvel fan here saying he watched Deadpool and Wolverine for the first time on Thursday and really enjoyed it. Well, I'm
Good.
glad to hear that you enjoyed it. Didn't realise it took you so long to get round to it, mate, but I'm glad to hear that you liked it a lot.
Nice.
It was good. It was fine.
Yeah.
What did you think of it?
Yeah, I didn't like it at the time, but kind of hearing more about it, I kind of like it a bit more for some strange reason. I don't know.
Good
why.
thing I pre-ordered the 4K Steelbook.
Yeah.
But both of them or one?
Just the Wolverine one.
The Wolverine one. I think everybody's gone for that one, to be quite
That's a
honest.
nice artwork, that is, I think.
Yeah, it'd be the one that I'd go for if I weren't getting both.
Mm. What about you, Ian? Did you see it?
No, but I will definitely get round to watching it as soon as I can.
You
get a
can
dead,
watch it tomorrow. I won't tell you how that I'm going to do that for you, but
yeah, but I definitely want to see it. It's probably going to be better than a lot of the stuff that's been coming out from this. You know, I'm fed up really about it, but from what I've heard, it has got some good stuff in it.
I still can't believe how much I really enjoyed Napoleon, though. The extended version just had so much. I really, it's amazing, really.
Solid time with that one, didn't we?
It was okay.
Yeah, it was just like.
I
Will
quite
that
like
get a
Napoleon.
physical media release? Napoleon.
Because I've still got to send that to you as well.
Yeah.
Ian. I'll get round to this eventually.
Yeah.
So, Jamie, did you like Deadpool and Wolverine?
When I watched it, when I was actually watching it, I was actually like, "Oh, this could be the best MCU film," and then I thought it was amazing, and then when I actually let it all digest, I just thought to myself, "It's nothing special."
Yeah, I do.
I'm not being horrible, but I thought it was extremely hyped up. All the cameos were leaked online, and there was only one that was a surprise. I'm not going to say what it is.
Again, Jamie, I think it's a film that's got an inbuilt fan base. Hype. Yeah, I suppose you could call it hype.
I think the thing that hyped it up constantly is
the length of time it took to make and come out. That's the thing that made it hyped, I think.
Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman was hyping this up like shit.
And yet I don't remember them going around and doing too much. I saw bits of it about 2-3 weeks before it came out. I must admit, I'm probably not like you and on the finger of the pulse of seeing things on TV or on billboards or whatever it is, but I just looked at it as being a film that's got its inbuilt fan base, and the length of time it's taken to get from the point of when it was announced to the point of actually being out was such a length of time that everybody thinks hype.
The thing is with Marvel, whenever we get a film where there's a bunch of cameos, all the cameos get leaked online.
Yeah, but the cameos supersede it all, doesn't it? The story. Everybody just talks about
I would have enjoyed
that came in, that
more if all the cameos were leaked.
Why do you think people went to see No Way Home so much? It's because they wanted to see the three Spider-Men together. They didn't give a shit about the story.
The thing is, we even before that, all that was leaked anyhow. The thing is, it would have been nice to have gone into that. They should have just kept the Tobey and Andrew Garfield thing completely quiet.
They couldn't. They tried. They really tried. Andy Garfield was going around going, "No, I'm not in this," and all that sort of stuff.
Andrew Garfield was like,
"I'm in it."
There's another one.
But the thing is, it's just I'm really surprised. I'm not spoiling out Dirt Pond. I'm really surprised I've not seen any spoilers of the Joker 2 yet about the ending. I've not seen anything about
I
it.
have.
No, the ending has been out, but people don't care.
On Twitter. Twitter's a hellhole for that. And to be honest,
Everyone just wants to
Yeah.
spoil everything nowadays.
I think
Yes.
with Joker 2, people ain't fussed about being spoiled because they weren't interested in the
because there's
first
fuck all to spoil.
there is.
Because the movie's just well, debatable.
Well, to a base, Jamie, yes, it's got a certain amount of people that would really be pissed off because they can see so much of spoiler ends. I have to say this in my feed, and I do watch a lot of movie chats and stuff talking about stuff. I have not seen alerts come up saying this has got spoilers in it. I must admit. So
Yeah.
maybe that's because it hasn't been that well received. Maybe it's because people don't care about the ending, or maybe it's just that people are actually listening and going, let's do a film review where we don't spoil it and give people a chance to go and see it. I don't know. It's a weird thing with YouTube. It's a pot boiling kettle that you just don't know what's going to be next big and what the next piece of shit's going to be. So you know.
Dow, did you enjoy Deadpool and Wolverine?
Me, yes. I went in with just the buzz of anticipation of it. Really, I think the opening sequence paid for itself because I thought that was great at the time, because again I knew nothing about what people were saying about it, and everybody was going, "Oh, the opening sequence," and all of this sort of stuff. Cameos, it's nice to see. I think there was too many of them, and I don't want the film to be remembered as that's the film that had the most cameos in it. You know what I mean? I don't want it to be that, but I think that's historically how it might be looked at. But from my point of view, it was a perfect popcorn movie. Go in, turn your brain off, get entertained, don't take it too seriously, don't look for Easter eggs like you have to do with most Marvel films and DC films. Just switch. It's almost like the same sort of comment you'd make to the person that says that watch Naked Gun for the first time. Don't look at the background. Don't look at look at the background to see what's going on. Just enjoy it, and then on multiple watches, go and do all that. Just switch off and just enjoy it for what it is, and then go back and criticize.
Absolutely,
to your heart's content.
And Josh, what did you think of it?
Well, everybody knows what I think of it. I thought it was terrible to begin with. I watched it, rewatched it when it came on VOD, I guess, or so we say VOD. It was bearable. It was fine. It wasn't half as annoying. When I watched it with my dad, bear in mind my dad snored his head off for a good hour of it. He went like proper loud, so that didn't help. But yeah,
would you say it's a community film then, Josh? It's better watched with a couple of people than just being alone in your own room watching the film.
It kind of reminds me of I call it No Way Home syndrome, right? Like these films feel awkward without people there.
I must have it. Go on.
These films feel awkward when you're not with people, because it's like there's like literal pauses and music cues for claps. How awkward is it when you're not with people, and you're just sat on your own? It's just so awkward, especially when certain characters come in a Deadpool. And there's music.
I know like No Way Home.
The thing is, whenever we get films that have loads of cameos, I know it's good to watch them with people, but we just can't go on. Like
it's fan service, Jamie.
Watching
fan service. There's a reason why it's called fan service. Is because you've got to watch it with people.
It's like when I watched No Way Home at the cinema, I didn't get like my cinema. Everyone were like, "Oh, cheering!" They were like, "Oh, they were all like this." It's like when I watched Deadpool and Wolverine, they were like, "Oh, there weren't none of this." There weren't none of that.
No, my crowd was quite quiet, to be honest with you.
And
It-
that's the thing that annoyed me. I didn't get any of that.
I will say this. I think Josh has probably put the nail on it a little bit with this No Way Home syndrome. I didn't notice
Yeah,
it until
I
he
get
actually
what you mean.
until he actually said it. I didn't see the pauses where people are there to clap or react to until the 3 Spider-Men were on the screen at the same time. And from then on, I'm thinking about it now. I'm going, oh, yeah, there's a pause there. There's a pause there. There's a pause there. Actually, he's dead on with that. I didn't notice it at all until all 3 are there and until you mentioned it.
Bro, when Andrew Garfield shows up, no, when Tobey Maguire comes through the fucking hole, he just walks in so slowly, and the music cue is trying to make you clap.
Yeah,
Nobody clapped in my screening. Everybody just sat there like.
You see Andy Garfield first, getting rid of cobwebs on the ceiling.
That goes on for way too long.
And then there's the portal for Toby to come through. And I must admit, I think Andy did a better performance than Toby.
Yeah.
Yeah. Toby just looked like he.
It was almost like he'd just walked off set of the last film that he'd done as Spider-Man and then come on to this one. Really. Maybe it's a bit of ring rush with Toby. I think Toby's more now in the back end.
Yeah, he's got ring rust for
directing
that.
and producing.
Definitely.
Than he is with acting and that now. But I think he settled in. It just took a while with him. Probably because also the age. You know, there's a bloody big change in age between the 2 films, you know, from the last one he was in and the Spider-Man and this one. I noticed it. It's like, wow, 15 years has gone by, you know, whatever. You're not the kid anymore. Sort of like rosy-cheeked teenager. Yeah.
Well, next up we have Sorry here saying convert to being a Moomin. They can marry multiple people.
Oh, yeah.
Love the movements.
Edward says, evening all. Hope you're all well. Can you name any movies that were never really big success or big hits when they first come out in cinemas, but years later they were a massive hit?
Can I put my hand up and say the only one I can think of straight away is Shawshank Redemption, because that's the easiest one to mention.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have trouble thinking of another one now.
Well, actually, initially Blade Runner got absolute negative reviews when it came out. And yet it was, for me, one of the most important films I've ever seen. It was an event when I actually went to see it.
And obviously
brilliant masterpiece. But a lot of the critics didn't really get into it. The audience. But now, of course, it's recognized as the brilliant film it is.
Yeah.
But that sticks out in my mind, definitely. It's a great film.
What about
really
you,
is a masterpiece.
I think Chariots of Fire is another one that actually didn't get very much at the cinema, but actually did well on video and rental.
I think whether it's a good movie or not, Greatest Showman, because I remember that flopped when it first came out, and then word of mouth made it as popular as it is. They're literally making a Broadway musical for it now, so it must be popular, right? I'm not a big fan of that film. I think it its politics is pretty unfortunate. Plus the film itself is pretty corny. But yeah, I think it's one of those cult films where people love it the more time that goes. I love the music, don't get me wrong, the music's great, but the film itself is just like, I can take it or leave it.
And what about you, Jamie?
Batman.
The only one that really comes to mind, and that's what I was thinking, is what Ian said in Blade Runner. But other than that, I can't think of how.
Yeah, that's a good one. Can you think of one, Amy?
What films that were successful later on? I mean, along with Blade Runner, I mean, films that are beloved, like cult films, because Blade Runner is still kind of a cult film, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, even 2049 didn't do well.
Oh, I'm so sad about that one.
With Nail and I did terrible.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah.
and went stratosphere really when it came out on video.
I would say my idea cult film that didn't do well would be Scott Pilgrim.
Yes.
Didn't do well when it came out, but
No.
it's got a cult following.
They made
Pretty sure
the,
Akira didn't either, did it?
Last Night Solo as well.
Akira.
Oh,
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure Akira didn't do that great when it first came out, and then
no,
Whoa.
huge hit,
Become love now.
huge hit in Japan and,
Yeah.
and the East in general. And but I remember Barry Norman showing off all of the animation that was on TV at the time. And then when he reviewed it, it was shocking. He hated it. Every single thing about it. It was like atrocious. It was then
uncultured
like,
swine.
I think it was like it was sort of like at smaller cinemas only. It seems like it had a very limited release at the pictures, and then I think that for me, Laserdisc came along, and I managed to get that film on Laserdisc, and I was like bigging it up, like man, I went, wow, you got to see this, it was absolutely amazing. It even made me go and buy the whole comic book range that were the graphic novels. I mean, they're like telephone directories. They were huge, and you read them back to front, in the proper, way you're supposed to do it. And I still thought it was amazing. And it started off the whole genre then of anime. Again, because it wasn't something that wasn't around, because we had Battle of the Planets and all.
You had like Studio Ghibli and stuff like that, didn't you?
But it just started off this whole Fist of the North Star and all of that sort of stuff.
Oh, Fist of the North Star's a lot of fun. That is. I've seen that a few times.
I mean, it opened my eyes. I bought a Laserdisc that I in many ways I wish I hadn't, because it's like very disturbing. I saw Legend of the Overfiend, and I tell you what, it's just all sexual imagery. Weird things happening with tentacles coming out of things and going into things.
Oh, hentai.
So you know what I mean? It's all.
I think that's called
I
hentai.
never expected that to be talked about.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was meant to bring it up.
Nothing like a bit of hentai.
I know. Was Event Horizon a big flop?
Mm.
I bet
Yes.
it was. 'Cause
Waterworld
now,
was a
I
big
mean,
flop.
It's
Waterworld.
absolutely brilliant.
People love Waterworld.
Waterworld. Yeah, I don't know. I think
Deservedly so.
that's still a bit of a flop.
Yeah, I don't know.
You could say The Postman is another one.
Yeah, it's a
That's
good one,
pretty
isn't it?
dreadful.
Yeah.
Anything Kevin Costner's been in.
Yeah, that's because his budgets were inflationary all the way from Robin Hood onwards.
Yeah, Kevin cost a lot.
Not to mention it's just him on a land with a bit of
Cost a
shovels.
lot. Yeah, that's what he should be called. Kevin cost a lot.
That's like that Horizon thing. I spent all that money on that. Again,
No.
another passion project.
I find Kevin Costner so funny. He's just the old guy with a shovel wearing a plaid jacket kind of dude. That's practically on a fucking farm. Like every film I see him on a poster, he's got a shovel on a farm
He's
with
bland.
a cowboy hat.
He's just a bland actor.
Cowboy hat. Bloody riding on a
Yeah.
horse or something.
Yeah.
Just since we're on the subject of Kevin Costner, there is a film he has done, and
Yeah.
he gives the best performance of his entire career.
What is it? Sleeping with Wolves? Dances with Wolves?
It's
Sleeping with Wolves.
Waterworld, is it?
Killer,
What's it called?
Mr. Brooks.
Oh,
yeah.
yes. Yeah, I've heard of that.
That's
Isn't that
one
on
of the best.
wasn't that a Netflix film, or was that in the pictures? I'm
Mhm.
not sure.
No, it's an old
Silver
film.
Rings is pretty good.
It's about
I don't know.
2000.
Okay.
Is serial
You're
killer
thinking-
in that?
Yeah, it's a serial killer.
Yeah.
He was good in Molly's Game for what he was doing in that.
Yeah, he wasn't too bad in that. I was surprised.
Because he just plays the dad character, like
Mm.
not with a cowboy hat or a shovel this time, but just
He's Superman's dad as well. I suppose you didn't mention that, Jamie.
Yeah, Oh,
We got Sai here saying, so who's seen Terrifier 3? I really enjoyed it, but there was a scene at the mall which crossed the line, I think. Well, what did we think?
That's fine.
It fine.
Yeah, who cares really? Didn't happen, did it?
No.
It didn't really happen.
Of all the scenes, that one.
That would be the closest.
Yeah, that one would probably cause the most controversy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
just a film.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Did anybody walk out?
No one walked out of ours.
No. I think they
Yeah.
cheered. Somebody cheered at that scene.
I wouldn't have thought so. Was it you?
No.
Okay.
I cheered at the bit with the chainsaw.
Oh yeah, that was a good bit. Yeah.
We got
He
Marvel.
had big balls, didn't he?
He bloody did have big balls.
Mhm.
Marvel fan says I've got low key, WandaVision.
Low key.
No key.
Marvel fans got low key, WandaVision, Falcon and the Moderate Winter Soldier, and the Moon Knight Steelbooks.
Yeah.
That's good.
Nice.
You need to get Andor on Steelbook now. It's a brilliant
That's great.
series.
I need to read
I don't want to say whether I've got them or not.
Yes, you do.
They're in the garage.
Shut your face about my Gary.
They're in your blooming garage again.
Told you,
Unopened.
that-
You never
that's the
opened
most,
the
it's the
bloody-
most sought after garage in the bloody country.
You
with
never
and
open.
your
You've
bloody-
always filmed. You never
Yeah.
open them.
We've got Marvel fans saying he's got a bit of Alan Partridge DVD box set, so
Oh.
he's going to have a Partridge-a-thon next week.
Oh.
Brilliant. Well done.
Ah,
Jimmy,
Yeah.
I enjoyed Alpha Pepper.
yeah, that was
When I
fun.
saw that.
I think I've seen every single iteration of Alan Partridge and read all the audio, listened to all the audio
Listen
books,
to all the audio,
The
yeah.
new one.
bar the new one. Yeah,
Yeah, I
because
actually-
you bought me the book.
Yeah, I did. buy
I said
them.
to you, don't buy me the books. I can't read.
I'll have to do it. I can read you.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you read me it a bit, didn't you? In Alan Partridge's voice.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Yeah, because from the day to day to the most recent book, which I can't remember the title of. Yeah, when he used to be a sports reader on the day to day.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I went in the charity shop. They had a copy of the Day Today on DVD.
did they?
Yeah.
I've got that on DVD.
Oh, yeah.
It's quite a nice.
It's
like,
a weird set, isn't
it's
it?
like a cardboard.
Cardboard slip cover out and it
Yeah.
opens up. Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite good.
I was actually going to get you it, but I think I remember you.
Yeah,
said
but I
you got
don't
it.
think I have it anymore. I think
Oh,
my
well.
parents got rid of it.
Oh, if I see it again, I'll pick it up.
Oh yeah, I'd love that. Day to Day is so good. It's such a great comedy.
I'll get you it when we go back on.
I thought that was a mid-morning program. Sorry.
It's a spoof news show.
Mid-morning matters.
Yeah, Mid Morning
More
Matters. is
Mid-Morning
another-
Matters.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I quite like that one.
I don't really think any of them are that bad. I thought the last series of the one show type thing wasn't quite.
Oh,
as
that
good.
one that they do with him and that woman on the one show. Like, yeah, she
Yeah,
said.
one show type show. The I think it was the third series or second. I don't know, but the last one wasn't quite as good as the one.
Yeah, I wasn't too hyped on that format.
No, I think the other ones were quite good.
Were they?
Yeah.
I just remember watching one of them. Might have been the later series.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
yeah, it's pretty good. Kind of a bit like Late Night with the Devil, because they have like bits where they talk behind the scenes as well.
Oh,
and kind of, you know.
I'm so looking forward to that release coming out. I didn't see that at the pictures, and I really want to see that. And I have ordered it.
That's coming
Okay.
end of the
What film
month.
is
I
it?
can't wait for that.
Late Night with the Devil.
Oh, good movie. Really good.
Oh, so good.
Yeah, it's your favourite of the year, is it still?
You might
I don't
be,
like how it uses AI, but yeah.
it's only an image. It's nothing
Yeah,
much.
but
It's,
it's just setting a principle for other directors. So,
I think as it's an indie film, it kind of gets away with it. When you and also this was made like around about the pandemic as well. This was so. If
I
it
think
was
there was
like,
it premiered at South by.
if
let me have a
it
look.
was somewhere like Disney and that, I'd be like, come on, Disney, you could do it. Money's tight on these sort of projects, and like, yeah, it is bad, but it's much worse.
Yeah, it premiered at South by last year.
Mm.
South by Southwest, and I remember it doing really well. So
Why is Jamie twerking in front of the
I was
camera?
going to say,
You know what the audience want.
Yeah, keep them
that
what they
was
want.
Jamie's weekly arse shot.
I was just unplugging my
Like
car.
Megan the Stallion.
No, you weren't. You were showing off your ass again.
That's a bit
You've
like
been-
one of the
You've
did the
been,
stream
you've
last
been to
week. I
that
went
gym
straight
and,
to one and his ass
the best
showed.
bit is how your ass looks.
Oh. We got
Like
Matt.
Why you didn't put on an Ice Spice song and start twerking to it?
I think when Jamie earlier dropped his phone and upskirted himself.
Yeah.
That was a good bit.
Yeah.
I had to look away.
Mac Chat says, did anybody watch Salem Slot? Yeah, it was great. It was missing a lot of grit.
Gain something I'm going to try and watch tomorrow is Salem's Lot.
The
Everybody's
remake,
talking about it.
I may give it a shot, see what it's like. I did listen to Commod's review. He quite liked it. He said it was fine.
I've not watched any of them.
Well, watch the original one. It's
Yeah,
great.
watch the original one and not the cut down version, not that.
I've got the original in the bedroom. I've got the original one, and then I've got I think it's the mini TV series. I've got that on DVD as well.
The original version is the mini TV series, 3 hours. The one that was at the cinema that was 90 minutes or just over long is a cut down version. So that's how that one works. Don't watch that cut down version. It's shite.
And there's a Rob Lowe one as well, isn't there, from the early 2000s?
Yeah. We try not to talk about that one.
And what about you, Ian? Interested in this Salem Slot remake?
Yeah, but the first one, the original one, is so good.
Yeah.
And it's got James Mason in it as well. So
don't go on about your northern actors, you bastard. You see, he's from up north. Yeah, right.
I do love the first one so much, but I might give it a watch. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it falls into that category of if they were to announce tomorrow that they're doing Gone with the Wind, right? Everybody will be turning around and saying, why? Because you'll never beat the first one. You know what I mean? And certain films always, for me, have that sort of like thing attached to them that goes, why are you going to do a remake of that? Why are you going to do that? How can you put any new slant on this that's going to make me go, this is better than the original? Right now, I'm all for surprises. But, it's just that most of the time I'm disappointed. So I'm going, why do they bother? And I think Salem's Lot sort of fits into me with that. And I look at that first one had such an influence on me as a kid when I saw it on TV. David Soul, because he was like Hutch, in a TV series going around in a red and white bloody car, and then all of a sudden he's a journalist and there's bloody vampires and things going on. It was just such a shock. I mean, I'm so glad he didn't burst into song singing Silver Lady or something like that. I mean, there's all sorts of godsends that you could turn around and say about it.
So what about you, Amy? Would you want to watch Salem's Lot remake? No.
I don't like the first one. I don't like that's too long.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, there's a line in the sand of you if ever heard one. Didn't like the first one. Jesus.
No.
That's fair enough.
Good window scene.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Everybody likes the window scene.
Yeah.
People say scary.
The window scene gets talked about a lot, but the one that really scared me, I think, the most, I think it was the end of the first part, is where they're digging a grave and he jumps down onto the grave and the bloody vampire opens the coffin and bites him on the neck. And I think it's the end of the first half of the
That's the only thing I can remember about that. Having watched it, like the window scenes played everywhere.
The window scene is just like
spoiled for me way before I watched it. But yeah, I remember that scene, but the rest of it.
Well, the next time you see the grey, because I mean it's a famous actor that did it. He's actually in a rocking chair going preacher like this, and he's. I'm going bloody hell. He's meant, this is scary shit. And I'm watching this on TV on BBC One after the news. I'm thinking bloody hell, this is good stuff.
And what about you, Josh?
I've seen it. I haven't seen the original, so I haven't really got much to base off.
Oh, Josh,
But
you've
as
got
a-
to watch it and tell me what you think of the first one. Please do that in the next couple of weeks.
Okay. But
Oh, so I
I'm
want to
look-
know what you think.
I'm looking at it as a film, right? It does everything that horror film shouldn't do. Does those cheap jump scares,
Yeah,
has
okay.
those predictable characters where it's like, oh, my mother died, and then that comes into it later, blah, 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 all that shit. It's those kind of horror films which just don't get what the horror genre is. What makes
Do you think
horror
that
so
one might be
horrifying?
trapped in? Do you think that might be though trapped in it the way that the book was written? Because even in the first one, right at the beginning, Dave Sol comes in and says, "I had to come back. I had to see the house, the Marsden house," and everybody was talking about, the Marsden house. It's like deep steeped in sort of like mythology for the town and all of this sort of stuff. And you'll be going, Christ, that's what I was talking about in the new one.
Or
It's like
exposition. There's a lot of exposition in it.
But
But-
the book, I believe, is like that. That's where I'm saying it's a bit trapped.
I think
In all that.
it's rather just trapped in formula, in the Conjuring formula.
Yeah,
Well,
where
it's
the
made by the team behind that one.
Yeah, it's made by the studio who made The Conjuring, so it kind of tracks. It makes sense,
fair enough. Yeah.
but it's very just
Conjuring.
very cliched and messy. Some moments are funny though. I give it that. Like there's some hilarious CGI in it, but yeah, I can't say that I had a good time with it. But I hope you do, because you've seen the original, so you can.
Well, you won't see
I mean-
CGI in the original.
No, but I mean,
Across the same way as the Pet Cemetery remake, just like that.
I don't mind that one though. I think that one's fine.
I've never seen either.
Most complex special effect in the original is what font they were going to use for the titles.
Yeah. Times New Roman. Wow.
Yeah, that's what that was my new saying is Times New
Italic
Roman.
Sans. What?
So Marvel fan is going to start off with the day today.
That's the first one. Told you that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's got them all. He's got knowing me, knowing you.
Yep.
I'm Alan
Uh-huh.
Partridge. Alan Partridge, Alpha Papa. Mid morning, mild matters.
Yeah.
And this morning with
Mild Mathers.
this
morning
morning
with Marshall Mathers.
this time with Alan Partridge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Needs the audiobooks as well.
Yeah.
Read by Steve Coogan as well.
He's Alpha Papa, isn't he?
He is, yeah.
Alan Partridge.
He's Alan Partridge, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I will say he played a very good Stan Laurel.
yeah.
Yes, that was great.
I quite like
film.
that film.
It's, I think Alan Partridge is almost impossible to get wrong.
Mm.
You
I think he's
you
just
missed
funny.
1 hour.
Pardon?
Mid-morning matters with Jimmy Savile.
No,
Oh,
Now then, Jamie.
and our first guest is Chawadi 11111.
Because obviously, if Steve Coogan plays, got his
Yeah.
name now.
He did an incredible performance, to be quite
Yeah, he
honest.
did a good Jimmy Savile.
It was almost uncanny.
mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we watched that, didn't we?
Yeah, we didn't think it was very good, did we?
This
Not
is where
great,
I'm.
no.
This
I
is
can't
where I'm.
not bad.
Yeah.
That
You like-
drama sometimes is a very good place to go when even if you go to the cinema. You know, I mean, you don't need to have horror and comedies and all of that sort of stuff. As much as I love them, drama is also a great medium to have.
Mm.
And so that just proves that Jimmy Savile thing. I mean, bloody hell, that's drama of a very high caliber. We could only have something like that in the cinema as a good drama piece. Because, like I say, Glengarry Glen Ross is a very personal fave of mine, and it really is nothing other than talking all the way through it. But it's such a mesmerizing film to watch. It's great.
I think
12 Angry Men. Just look at 12 Angry Men. What's that?
Angry Men is great.
It's got 3 sets, I think, to that. The outside, the hallway, and inside the bloody deliberating room. That's about
There's
it.
only really one set, isn't there? It's only really the deliberating room. And
Yeah.
Did he get a box set then?
More.
12 Angry Men, you run about all these sets.
There is a box set. Yeah, you can watch.
Probably.
You can watch the Jack Lemmon version, and you can watch. You watch the original as well as a 2-parter in a box set. Yeah.
I think the Jimmy Savile ITV thing was as good as most ITV dramas in that it wasn't very good. I think that it's like
Yeah,
was
it was
it?
on the BBC, but yeah.
Was it BBC?
Yeah.
Wow,
Yeah,
it
it was
looked
on
like
the
TV.
BBC.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, it's like, oh, how could they have let this monster do all this stuff? And you've got Steve Coogan mustache twirling going around like the creepiest guy on earth, and you think, well, how the fuck did he get away with
He
it?
stands out like a sore thumb.
Yeah,
don't
I
he?
thought it was laughable, and I think if you want to watch a good thing, it's the Louis Theroux interview with Jimmy
we watched
Savile.
that. That was
That's
really
really,
interesting.
if you're interested in like criminal psychology, that kind of stuff, it's fascinating to see how he is, how he draws people in.
I think Louis Theroux also did that with Paul Daniels, didn't he? He also did it with Orville, wasn't it? Didn't he actually go around and do the Orville?
Wow.
Just documentaries of these famous children, sort of like.
Orville
stuff.
wasn't a paedophile, was he?
No,
No.
He got up some dubious things.
Oh, right, okay.
A small red hole with emo.
Yeah, okay, this is fair enough.
Oh yeah, I didn't mean to say that those people were paedophiles. I was just saying
Oh,
he did a good documentary on these people that you saw the other side of them, and you go,
Yeah.
"Wow, I didn't know they were that weird."
Mhm.
You know what I mean, or that engrossed, or so disappointed with how things turned out for their career and all of that sort of stuff. You know,
From one Coogan entry to another, he was in Joker, Folly a
There you
douche.
go, that's a good probably a douche. Wow.
So anyway, Mac Chat says, also seen Joker follow the dudes. What the fuck was all that about?
Follow the dudes.
Why would they make this? I'm no lover of the first, but holy shit, 200 million for a courtroom drama with some not so good musical numbers peppered pots in.
Inflated people's salaries.
Well, yeah, Todd Phillips, Lady Gaga, and Joaquin Phoenix probably made half of that budget up.
Do you know what the problem? One of the biggest problems is inflated ego. There's an inflated ego from Todd Phillips. Dude thinks that he can make anything.
And I don't think Joaquin Phoenix come off that great either, because he's been cancelling a few projects when he was just about to start. So yeah. He also said, "I came up with the idea of this film in my dreams." Said Joaquin.
If you just look at some of the films that have been coming out, though, there'll be the star that will also be executive producer and all of this sort of stuff, you know, in the credits, and you're going, oh, so this is where all the money went then, because you've got your executive producer credit on it, then you've got your actual film credit for acting, and you know, you'll see it. Half of it will be down there and said, oh, he probably wrote the lyrics to one of the songs as well, so we're putting a music credit for it. You know, it's just it gets on my tits a bit.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, Sorry said apparently there was a sequel for Alpha Papa in the works, but it never happened.
Yeah.
That's a shame.
Well, they don't need to, do they? Yeah. I don't want them to mess it up.
I joined the probation service just about around the time that film came out. So
we've got Matt Chat saying, also watched Terrifier 3 last night. I feel the same with this as I do with the first two. I love gory films, but these do nothing for me. They're meh. Few good kills in there. I'll give it that. Yeah, I can understand it. It's definitely a niche in the genre, isn't it? Terrifier.
I think it's a new age of horror.
Right?
Yeah. This new kind of comedy, likable villain. I think. I guess you had the same with Freddy Krueger, didn't you?
Yeah.
I mean, I know people say like he is a child molester, isn't he?
Mm.
But a likable one, weirdly.
Yeah.
Do you
But-
think? Do you think that horror might be actually a little bit better if there was a little less titles out in the year? Of stalking slasher type things. Instead of having like 50 or something that come out this year or whatever. If you cut that back to sort of like half, then you wouldn't be so bored with the going around and slashing and with a knife and all of this sort of stuff, because you saw that as well 2 weeks ago in another film that has just come out. I'm not trying to say I want horror to diminish in numbers. I'm just saying that if there is this indication of the film does nothing for me, there's a couple of good kills, then it seems to indicate to me that there seems to be a saturation, because there's just too much of it in 1 year, and then you just need to cut it back.
I do think like the Terrifier films are their own sort of beast. And
What other slashers have we had this year?
that's the thing. Like
Yeah.
you compare it to Scream. Scream is pretty darn tame to it.
Scream has no business being in cinemas anymore, really. They should have really stopped at the. I said this before. They should have stopped at the first one. The second one is an anomaly that it's good, but after that, it's like there's no surprise anymore.
You're running it into the ground.
Yeah, but I don't think there's any other slashes that have come out this year, really.
No,
I meant sort of like jump scare, maybe, all of the stuff that's sort of inherent in a lot of films.
I hate jump scare movies. If there's a film based on jump scares, like I don't know, Paranormal Activity, anything like that, I'm like, this is boring. I don't care about this.
I do think with the Terrifier films, they are very like mean spirited. The gore can be too much for some people, and some
I don't
people.
know if they're mean spirited. I don't know.
Well, he does some pretty nasty things, and it is definitely very more visceral than other slashers.
But he's kind of established in the second one. Is it like a trans dimensional or whatever spirit, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's not like it's not like Longlegs showing a real life monster in the world. Actually, well, anyway, but like it's a different thing. If you want your baddies to be bad, they should be as bad as they can be.
Well, you got a selection of people who will automatically say no to it. Like I told you about
like we say, when someone gets a 1-star review in the Daily Mail, it's like the famous review of Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
It's a review.
0 stars. This is a festering scab on the human soul. And the directors look at that and say, we're going to make $1 million. Exactly. These are the people you want to piss off.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I think if you're a producer of these sort of horror films, you could put not a great deal of money in and make a lot back. And that must be one of the attractions, no matter how bad the film is. These films do well.
Always a big
you can get your money back,
Yeah.
which is an interesting thought that all they're making the film for is just to make money, even though it's giving perhaps a new director a chance to do their film. But that is all they're really going to be interested in.
I think you're dead on. I think there was a moment in Hollywood where actually it wasn't about the script or the story. It was develop a character that can be turned into an IP, that we can turn into a series of stuff. It's like, doesn't matter. We've just got to really big up this character, make him to the point, or make her to the point that you're going to want to see a sequel that will then turn into this huge thing that you're going to see. Like you could see it in films like Candyman, and all of this sort of stuff. It's almost like you didn't write a good story here. You wrote a character that you could basically just now put into everything, into a series of stuff, and that's where I think it's a bit sad. And I'm glad we've moved on a little bit from that. But I think that's what Hollywood want us to do. That's why they're doing a remake and then saying, oh, we're going to do a build on that remake and do a series, and it'll be as good as the original ones. And it'll, you know, see it in Halloween, don't you, and all of that.
It's
Well, too
recognisable names. That's the thing.
It doesn't work, does it? Just
No.
bringing back the old characters. That's what everything is now. It's not just horror. Everything is like recognizable
Yeah.
IP. They even tried it with Fall Guy, didn't they? Which was a ridiculous idea, really.
Very old.
But that's the good thing about being a horror fan. You know, if you watch Furiosa, you're like, oh, I love these Mad Max films. But you're probably not going to get a third one now because it didn't do well at the cinema and it costs too much. But with horror films, they'll make Terrifier films for until I'm 80. And
that film was the experiment that I was most disappointed that didn't do well, because it was nice that they're showing it from the girl's perspective. I thought that was quite interesting.
The problem is it was too late, and I do think it was a victim of like what is going on with media these days. People went in and was expecting
a Mad Max film. Yeah,
they were expecting a certain type of film, and they never turned up because of it.
Yeah, it was an innocent victim of that. Yeah, it didn't deserve that kind of treatment. But the other thing is, with the horror films, is you think about Blair Witch. They made people believe that this was a real story, and this really happened, and this was basically a snuff film, and they tried to make money and then made millions from it.
Yeah.
I hated Blair Witch. I hated Blair Witch. I thought it was interesting that film took off through word of mouth and the internet. I mean, it was the great experiment. It was like, let's do something that costs so little, and then all we're going to do as a marketing thing is go onto the internet with one word like Twitter things that says, this is going to scare you to shits, and all this urban mystery
is Smile.
It's the Long Legs campaign.
Was great. Long Legs was good.
I remember.
It's so weird that they're going, oh, and Blair Witch is getting a 4K. I'm going, it was done on bloody what?
Yeah,
1 millimeter camera. It was like a video camera thing. So what's that gonna do for you?
It's not like they were shooting on a Sony A3, was it? They were shooting on a fucking.
I mean, the 4K is
Polaroid.
there really for HDR, bringing out the colors, right?
Everyone's shooting on a Sony.
From the 80s.
It's like her snot is coming out at you in that scene when she's crying.
Oh yeah, we can really see the blue in her eyes. That's about as close as you're going to get to anything.
Yeah, it's not like they were shooting it on a Sony FX3. They were shooting it on a fucking Polaroid from 97.
80 shitty equipment, and so your HDR color boost is going to be doing nothing.
It's a very odd choice to release on 4K. It doesn't need to be on 4K.
It just needs the Blu-ray and stop there. And just, it's one of those ones like that.
Look who's in. It's Menargil. Hey, Hey, everyone, how are you doing? How are you doing, Menargil? You're probably long in bed now.
Yeah. What sequels are you looking forward to this year, Menargil? I'm sure you're going to tell us.
Oh, I'm checking. He has,
So I says, is anyone else doing the 31 horror films for October? Well, what we're doing is something interesting, aren't we?
You've got a big announcement to make, haven't you, Pete?
What's that?
Okay, go on.
Oh yeah. Well, do you want to announce it?
What?
Or we?
No, you do it.
All right, and we're going to
get
do
married. Wow. What's the invite?
We're going to do the top 100 films, horror films.
I do wonder if 100 is too much.
Well, shall we just do 50
and
then we merge it together to make 100?
Yeah, why don't you do 50 each and then see how many are duplicates across both of your...
Well, there'll be a lot of duplicates, I would think.
Yeah.
Is this based on the variety list?
Isn't that good?
Yeah, we looked at that.
Well, we didn't. We'd already thought of doing this in the variety list.
Yeah,
did we?
We did thought about
it. The variety list is strange, dude. Human Centipede 2 being on there.
Yeah.
I just think it'd be very interesting. You randomly both go off in 2 different rooms and you go, right, just what comes into your head, top 50 horror films, and then you come along and you go, wow, this is why we're so good together, because we both like.
Yeah. The problem is that we've had a conversation in our lives and we both know what we like. You know The Shining's not going to be in it, and you know that Suspiria's anything Dario Argento.
I would say of the 50, I would say a good 35. We'd probably have the same.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah.
Do you know what I'm mad wasn't in that variety list? House.
What, the 77
right.
film?
Train to
One
Busan
of the
wasn't
best-
there.
Train
One of
to
the best horror
Busan.
films of all time, dude. And it wasn't
Back in
even
the
on
day,
the
I loved House and House 2.
And
Thought
no
they were
American
great
Werewolf
films.
in London either.
Well, I
This
think
is-
in the
I think
Jamie
it's a
that
different
Josh
one.
is talking about
Oh,
the
sorry.
Japanese.
I was thinking of the
Yeah, the
horror
Japanese
film,
house,
the
yeah.
old horror,
The weird
80s horror.
front cover one.
I found
Yeah,
House.
70s one.
I really enjoyed it. Like for a lot of it, I thought this was really like funny and quirky, and the way they're acting, it's just this is funny. And then after a while, I got a bit weary of all of that stuff. But I think it's a good film. I think it's going to be one of those films that people really take to their hearts and love. I think it's a great cult film.
me. I
Yeah,
adore
exactly.
House.
Yeah, I mean,
House
77 is a
deserves so
great
much
film.
more love from other people.
Yeah,
It needs to be seen really to be
think-
believed because it's just wild.
yeah. They had a
That's
film
what I love
called
about it.
Raidan on there, which is a Japanese anthology movie, which is quite good.
I'm glad that Baba's on there though. That's good.
Which one?
Onibaba.
Onibaba, yeah, that's a great horror film. That definitely.
Their
there's a
number
few-
one list. Their number one was good. It was Texas Chainsaw.
Oh yeah, one of the greatest horror films of all time. Yeah, it was a good list. I think it was in the wrong order.
It was in a very strange order.
Yeah. I think they pretty much had everything in there, apart from Train to Busan and
American
House.
Werewolf.
An American Werewolf, yeah, that
That
wasn't
was
in
a
there.
baffling admission.
Yeah.
As
That's
long
really
as long as in Paris wasn't in there, that's all right.
Yeah, that was in there.
Oh, that's dreadful.
Yeah. They didn't have human centipede. Did they have Saw in it?
No.
It's a really quite nice thing, 31 Horrors, because you actually can put Speed 2 in it.
Oh, P, don't make
Oh.
me
It's an exhilarating experience.
Yeah. Or bloody,
And you could take out Exorcist 2 out of it.
But I'd personally already done my 100 horrors in before I even met you.
Yeah,
Hadn't
you
I?
did.
Yeah.
Yeah, you showed
So-
me him on a Twitch stream.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, just to try and put you off. So yeah, we it's been long in the.
Oh, where's Josh gone?
Yeah, I don't know where he's gone.
He'd be back.
Pete,
I'm just gonna say one. Oh, go on.
I'm gonna get off now because I'm tired.
No worries,
Fine.
mate.
I'm lasting as long as I can.
Oh,
And
just before you go, Josh, happy birthday, because I did say it on the day, but what's your opinion of the 31 horror films in October? Do you like these 31, these people that do 31 films across, or do you think, do you think actually you don't need to do something as like that,
The thing is, you don't have to do it, but I don't really do it because there's just so many films out there, and you want to
stick it to one genre. Yeah,
it means you're sticking to one genre for about a month, and you're just watching horror. And I do love horror, but I think horror is overhyped now.
I think it's a very good thing to do because it does get a lot of people talking. The one thing I don't like about it, though, is that it always seems to be on all the channels that they're watching the same sort of things. I'm going, where's watching the 1930 something of Dracula like coming into this? When are you going to start doing something that goes a bit further back than the 70s? Do you know what I mean? It's always the same stuff over and over again. Oh, I watched,
A quick one before I go. There's just over the past decade, we've had a lot of good horror films.
Yeah.
And no one talks about them.
Do you think so? I think a lot of people talk about them.
I meant like some old ones over the past 10 years we've had, and
it's just, I'm just saying, out of, if you were to watch all the people that are joining in the 31 horror films in October, Dracula won't appear in one of them from 1930 something. It just won't. Frankenstein probably won't. Bride of Frankenstein. One of the most talked about, oh my God, this is better than the original films. won't get mentioned at all in the 31 horror films of October and most of the channels that I watch. They won't.
The reason
It'll
why
all be Halloween and all of that stuff. You know,
the reason why no one will watch Dracula because everyone always just seem to watch the newer stuff.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They won't go to all the old original.
To me, the most balanced thing for you to do is to take the whole thing as a whole and do a little bit of everything. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that Frankenstein or Bride of Frankenstein should be one of the things closest to the actual Halloween event.
Yeah.
But to have those at the beginning, say, like at the 1st of October, I watched a classic, Bride of Frankenstein, to start me off. I think that's a very good thing.
Yeah.
Or something that's in there, because you've got to give a nod to some of this stuff that you wouldn't see horror because of those things.
Yeah, what about Hammer?
And they're good films now.
They're
good
people
films
don't
now.
mention Hammer. You
No,
know,
they don't.
the Hammer should get a good mention.
But that was all I wanted to say, Pete. Sorry, I didn't mean to overtake on stuff.
Right,
No,
I'm gonna get off now. I'm in bed and I'm gonna get off.
It's all the talk of bed.
Yeah.
I know. I must admit, I'm tired, but I'm trying to keep awake.
I can't keep awake longer. It's tired, but thanks so much
I think I've got about another 45 minutes in me, but I'm so glad that you were here, Jamie. And
thanks ever so much for joining us always, Jamie. You take care, mate.
To you. Bye.
Bye.
Cheers. Bye.
Bye.
Hands. Bye.
He normally lasts the whole night, so he must be real tired.
Yeah, but he is often asleep for a lot of it, isn't he?
Yeah, that's true.
It's okay.
Well, let's get through these comments. We're about 3 hours behind.
Yeah, that's all right, isn't it? That's not too long.
We've got Minhalju saying, hello, everyone who lives in the chat. Hope you're well. He also says, I got a Nightmare on Elm Street 40th Anniversary Collector's Edition with the Steelbook and the post stays well chuffed. Who's got theirs?
You bastard. As you know, it's because I haven't got mine yet. I've only got the single Steelbook yet.
Got Slipknot fan here. Hey, Slipknot fan. Everybody saying, as we're all ready to go to bed.
Yeah.
Marvel fans got Cobra Kai.
We are 3 hours behind.
Yeah, season 1 to 2. Cobra Kai season 3 and 4 on DVD, all brand new and still for 20 quid. I'd love to get the Blu-rays, but only 3 seasons have been released on Blu-rays. Apparently, they are releasing the other seasons on Blu-ray, but they're going to be like a year behind. I guess it's to get you to double dip.
Yeah, I thought that comment was sort of like changed a little bit, because I thought in America they've actually caught up a little bit now. There is actually and more seasons now released, because it used to be for a long period of time that it was only 1, 2, 3, and 4 or something like that. You know, totally. But I thought that they'd caught up in the States.
Well, they probably have, but over here I doubt it. Maybe when the series is finished, they'll release it all in a big box set, I can imagine.
It is nice that we're starting to get more of this coming out over here. I mean, like I said, I've got Columbo on Blu-ray now. That was released over in the States. Now it's over here. Quincy, I believe, is the next one that's going to be quite big. There'll be 8 or so seasons. We only ever got 3 when it first came out. It was 1 and 2 in the same box set, and then number 3 4 years later, and then nothing.
No, that's a good.
So, you know, I mean, it's like.
Remember that in the intro where it looks like he's
looking at a dead body, and that's what you think.
Yeah.
But then he's on a bloody cruise ship and a beautiful woman.
Oh, Quincy is one of my favourite shows, but don't get me onto that, because I'll tell you, I could take it to bits. He's always leaving his
angry man, weren't he? And
he's always leaving Sam Fujiyama to do all the work while he goes off in a car and having chats with people and going to the bar. He keeps spending his time at the Marina bar all the bloody time while people are doing his work.
We've got the viewer Drew saying, hey everyone, what's up? Hey Drew, hope you're doing well, my friend. Thank you for joining. And he says, what's a horror movie that you find very underrated? I think Sinister is very underrated. I quite like Sinister. It's a pretty good film. That's the one with
that's hard.
Ethan Hawke.
Ethan Hawke, I was trying to think, is it the Insidious one or the other one? Yeah, Sinister is good. Yeah, I like that film.
Can you think of an underrated horror film?
Yeah, loads. I'd say Delamorte.
Yeah.
I think the Beyond is a underrated horror film as well.
Frankenhooker.
Frankenhooker, yeah. That's a
I
good
would
one.
say that's underrated, but yeah, Frankenhooker, that's an interesting one.
Great film.
Oh yeah, I've never seen it. I still haven't watched that one.
I saw that along with, like, what's that film? Reanimator and all of that. It all came out around about that period. I saw lots of those sort of films. All those she's a screen queen, Quigley. What's her name? I forgot her name. Lena Quigley, is it?
Yeah. Society is another one.
Yeah, Josh Peck.
That is underrated.
All of this time trying to sort my internet out because it just cut out. It winds.
No worries.
Does it like every hour, like twice an hour.
So
annoying.
No worries, mate. What about you, Ian? Think of an underrated horror?
Well, I don't hear a lot of people talk about The Wrong Turn. I think The Wrong Turn is a great film. I've got the whole lot. I know they get worse as they go along, but I think it's quite a fun series. I suppose it came out because Michelle, what's her first name? Buffy actress. She's in it, and I think they kind of probably cashed in on that. But the first film is really good. I really enjoy it. It's one of those where they take the wrong turn in and you get all these sort of people who've been bred together but have also got infected by there's like this plant where the chemicals are leaking into the water supply, and you get all these deformed bodies and that. So it builds a whole mythology actually through the whole series, and I really like it. I think it's really good. The first one is really tense. God, when they're in that house and there's these they've got to get out of the house. Wow, it is so tense. And it just goes from one bit to other. You think they've got away and everything's going to be great, and then suddenly disaster happens. It's an excellent film. Wrong Turn, that is it. It's excellent.
What about you, Delboy?
Horror's not really my thing, but I'm pretty sure that the person that would revel in this answer would be Nigel. Because he'd be saying things like "Don't give sweets to a stranger," and he'd be going all sorts of films that basically don't get mentioned an awful lot. The one that comes to mind, and I saw it literally about a year ago now, again after seeing it originally in the 80s, and that was Dead Ringers. I thought because there's a lot of films around about that period, like Lair of the White Worm and Dead Ringers and all of that. They were all sort of like weird sort of horrors that were low budget, weird things going on that even now you'd look upon and go, I haven't got a clue where this director's going with this. But when you think back to it, you go, actually, that story was quite interesting. Dead Ringers and Lair of the White Worm are two perfect examples, I think, of those 80s films where you just go, what the hell were they doing back then? And then actually, it's all right. Actually, that film's all right. Thinking about it, so I'm going to mention those two.
Brilliant.
Put my pen down on that.
And what about you, Josh?
I'm just having a look right now. One of them, I'd say one of them's Climax by Gaspar Noé.
It's a great film. I really enjoyed that.
That's fucked, but it's good. I also think The Night House from a couple of years ago. I think that was pretty special. There's quite a few horror films. I'd even put Strange Darling up there if you want to count it.
There's one on Arrow that's pretty good called I See You. That's like a home invasion.
Oh, I See You, yeah.
I quite like that. That wasn't too bad. Got Helen Cunt in it.
Pete.
Helen what?
Helen,
Go
Helen,
on.
Helen Cunt Hunt.
Pete. It was odd.
Yeah.
What would you say then, Pete?
What for
Underrated horror.
underrated horror film? The Vanishing.
Well, oh yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
I
So
still
good.
gotta watch it.
Is Crash a horror film, or is that just like a weird
Crash the
sexual
No.
drama?
Cronenberg one.
That's a sexual
Well, he
thriller.
isn't
so-
talking about
Sexual
the
Erotic
drama,
thriller.
I think.
Erotic
Crash.
thriller.
Oh, yeah, I assume so.
Yeah.
I had to look it up just then. I was going, why is Crash coming to mind? I'm sure that was James.
Yeah,
Cameron.
I haven't seen it. Always wanted to, but
Mm.
I think it's more just a drama more than anything.
I've never seen it, so I don't know. Return of the Living Dead. A good horror film.
That's a good
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
Mm.
And also, I'd say the Universal horror film, The Old Dark House. That's a good one. It's a really interesting, underappreciated Universal
Yeah.
horror film.
I got two.
Mm.
Who Can Kill a Child?
All right, okay.
That's a pretty good one, isn't it? We
Hopefully
watched
nobody.
it. Yeah. Pardon?
It's-
What did you say?
Oh.
That's a great film.
It's by the same guy who did The House That Screamed,
Yeah.
and it's basically it was called Island of the Damned as well. It's about an island of children who are not so nice. Yeah.
And Carnival of Souls.
Carnival of Souls, yeah. Well, I would say that is pretty highly rated. I think
You
it
don't
appears
see
on
many,
most.
you don't hear many people talk about it much.
Well, no, I suppose not.
Carnival of
Yeah.
Souls I've heard is excellent.
Oh, it's great.
Yeah, very unsettling.
Yeah, inspired David Lynch a lot.
Well, yeah.
Oh, is it by David Lynch?
No,
No.
it's
No, it's not.
inspired
It's not.
him.
The bit
Oh.
of trivia
Yeah.
about that is that it cost more money to film in the changing room cubicle than it did to crash the car over the bridge.
Mm.
That was
Really?
their big budget thing
Yeah.
was to film in a changing room in a supermarket.
And its Criterion release is absolutely gorgeous. It is.
Yeah.
Really
Very
nice.
interesting psychological kind of
Mm.
horror film.
And there's a very creepy Spectre character chap, isn't there?
Yeah. And Ginger Snaps.
Ginger Snaps.
Oh, let's talk about
yeah.
Ginger Snaps.
You
I
like
don't know
it,
why. I mean, I like it. I like it, but I don't know if it's my favorite horror film ever. But not many people talk about it. Yeah,
Dog Soldiers, woof woof.
never seen it.
So good. We've got Gary North saying, "Good evening, everyone. Good morning, Gary."
Yeah.
Good
You
morning.
want to go? Fucking hell.
See.
Bloody hell.
Minhaju's digging the t-shirt, Delboy. As you know, I'm a webhead myself and love a bit of Spider-Man. He's my superhero. That's good.
Thank you very much, Ronaldo.
Gary says, "I Start Counting" is a great film. You can get it on Blu-ray from BFI. Yeah, I've heard about that
Yes, yeah, that's excellent. Yeah, that's one that I've got on DVD, but I'd like to get another one. I must get that one. That's Jenny Agutter in that.
Oh, that's good. And Sai says, "Is the VHS cover, Delboy? What's going on about Dead and Buried?"
That's probably what it was, wasn't it? Dead and Buried. It's the heads that are coming out of the crack. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. It's Dead and Buried. And I always wondered, I wonder what this film's about, because it doesn't really tell you too much, with the heads coming out of the ground. I mean, what's that supposed to tell you about the film? When you saw so many other covers that instantly you went, "Oh, I know what that's about." Yeah, he's dead on side. Thanks very much for that. Yeah.
That's the same comment, but have any of you seen a Scarecrow movie called Husk in
I've
2011?
heard of it.
There's been a couple of Husk. Or was it
Yeah, I
Husk?
think I've got that.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think I've got that.
name does
Yeah.
ring a bell, but no, I haven't seen it. Anybody else seen it?
Yeah, I've got it. I've got it.
Oh.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, I enjoyed
was
it.
was
Yeah.
it made in Leeds or something then?
Oh,
What made you buy that then?
I
I'm
don't know. I
joking,
just
I'm joking with you.
I saw it.
Did you get a free packet of fish fingers with it or something? What was that all about?
Fish fingers. I had some for me tea, some fish fingers.
Yeah, I mean, it's your own
But
packet.
they weren't
isn't it?
Captain Birdseye. They
You
were...
get them for free. You get them for free with your face, don't you?
Oh, So we
I take the piss out of him every Wednesday.
I know it's all right. I'm used to it. But yeah, it's good. I like it. It is a scarecrow film and really good. Yeah.
Oh, we'll have to check that one out. But we've got Mike's DVD and Blu-ray collection here saying, "Hey guys, hey Mike, hope you're doing well, mate."
Mm.
We've got Sorry saying Tom Cruise's awesomeness in Magnolia.
Oh,
Yeah.
he is, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen that yet, but I've seen a bit of his
Yeah, it's a
scene.
good film.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go, guys, because I'm struggling to stay awake here.
No worries, no worries.
We
mate.
all
Bit of
are.
busy
I
work
thought I was going
day.
to be the first person to leave today because I've been awake for so many hours.
No worries.
Yeah, I was at work early this morning, so busy
Oh
day.
no, you've done wonderful to see you again, Josh.
Yeah,
and
it's
everything.
great to see
Yeah,
you,
you
John.
too.
Thanks
I
for
look
joining.
forward to hopefully.
I couldn't believe sitting in front of my PC looking at hard drives and everything that suddenly dawn came up, and I went, "Bloody hell! Been awake all night."
Oh,
And then I had to keep
yeah.
going and going and going. It's amazing, really, what you
Yeah, I'm struggling to stay awake. Hopefully I'll join the next one, depending if you put the link in the chat. But
Yeah, you're
yeah.
more than welcome, mate.
Yeah,
Alright,
well, thanks for having me, and I'll see you guys soon, probably.
Hey,
take
Josh.
care,
Yeah.
Josh. Bye.
Have a good night,
Bye.
guys. Bye.
Bye. And then there was 4.
Wow.
Yeah. 3 hours and 5 minutes. Quite a few, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, let's get through these comments quickly.
Yeah, even you're falling asleep, didn't you, Pete?
Yeah, I did a bit. Well, anyway, Minhaju says he was scared that he was so unfortunate not being able to buy the Second Sight Texas Chainsaw Mascara Collector's Edition. I almost had one yesterday for 90 nicker, but someone beat me to it. It had all the 9 cards. Oh,
That's the big box one, isn't it? That I got. Yeah.
you could try CX if you wanted it pre-owned, but then there's a risk of you may not get everything inside it. That's
And
the
I should
thing.
think the quality of the box might be a bit
That's,
knackered.
that's another thing. I mean, if you find one in a local store, maybe pop in and have a look.
It had that sort of soft sort of like cardboardy outside, didn't it?
Yeah.
It was very rigid, but what I mean is it's got that sort of like spongy, soft feel to it, and that's why it was marking so easily. I found it marked quite easily, that box set.
I've got Gary saying Born on the 4th of July is a Tom Cruise masterpiece.
Yeah, I mean, I can't doubt that. I mean,
You just paused for ages after you said that.
Oh, I've never seen it.
Okay.
Yeah.
he's in a wheelchair, isn't he? He's
Yeah.
it's from the
Yeah.
war, isn't it? It's a
Yeah.
very Vietnam thing.
Vietnam.
And that's where I'm saying it's a very strong person that can actually turn around and say this is his masterpiece film, because when you've got a body of work and it's done by somebody that's done over 40 films, say, it's very hard for you to turn around and and say that is the one film that says this is a Tom Cruise film. You know what I mean? Because I mean, no matter how much fodder there is with Mission Impossible stuff,
We got Plonker here saying evening, Pete, Amy, Dell, Ian, Jamie. What's your favourite horror watch so far for Horror Month Halloween this season?
Yeah. That's easy, isn't it?
Terrifier 3?
Yeah.
Yeah, or if it's the Substance, if I did see it in October, can't remember.
I'm
Terrifier.
interested to know what Ian says here. What have you watched horror wise this year? This month?
It's just what I normally watch. Anything that comes up. I tend to watch if I get to really like a film. I do tend to watch it a bit more over and over again.
I thought because Tony sent you so many horrors that were
he hadn't actually. To stop
you showed 2 off on Wednesday. You were showing some Peter Cushing and bloody Christopher Lee ones.
But I think on general releases for newer films this year, it's all about Maxine with me. I'm sorry, but I just love Maxine. I know I've gone about it before. I know it had a lot of people have reacted against it, but I can't wait to get my own physical copy. I've got to download and I've worn it out, I'm sure. I just think Mia Goth is just amazing. I think.
I thought you were going to say Abigail.
And well, yeah, Abigail's up there. Abigail and Maxine are one of my favorites of the year, definitely, in horror. And I would put Dune to part 2 as well in my, if you count my favorite films of the year, that'll go in. But others will probably be horror, or maybe I don't know. It's difficult. I quite enjoyed Civil War the more I get into that, even though it's a bit of a strange kind of view of the film. I found it interesting. I think I should watch that again. Civil War, definitely. Yeah. I think there's been some interesting films. I ain't quite sure on my top 5 yet, but after. It's nearly there, but Maxine, I'm just ridiculous with it. I just absolutely think it's. I know everybody's going to go. It's not as good, but I don't know. It just for me caught something. I don't know.
Great.
And Abigail did because of its originality.
I still need to see that, haven't we?
Haven't seen it, no.
Abigail is just. It's surprising. It's all of the premise. It's really good. But if you've not seen it, I'm not going to give anything else away. If you can try and see it before end of year, watch Abigail.
Yeah. Awesome.
Definitely.
Great.
It is out actually, isn't it, on Blu-ray?
Yeah, it's available on Blu-ray.
Of it, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been waiting for a 4K or a Steelbook, and I haven't seen one listed.
You know what will happen? It'll get 4K next year, like a lot of Universal releases.
Like that other one that happened. That I keep forgetting the name of it. Like Chucky, that doll one.
Megan.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And it's like Renfield. That's getting a 4K now.
Oh, terrible film.
Yeah.
Renfield, so disappointing. That film was. I really didn't like it that much. And it should have been better, shouldn't it? Should have been a lot better.
Well, yeah, with those 2 actors in it.
So what about you, Delboy?
Well, in the last 13 days, let me think, horror films. Because that's what we're talking about, isn't it? So far for the horror month. I did watch again an old horror film called The Asphyx. Which a lot of people don't talk about too much. That's a Victorian, looks like a Hammer film where a guy stumbles upon the ability to stop your soul leaving the body just as you die. So if you can manage to trap your soul, you can basically live forever. That's what it's all about. And I really enjoy that film, so I like going back to it every now and again. But other than me starting to watch last week the Hammer House of Horror TV series, which Ian has kindly on his channel done every episode. Which I wholly recommend people go and watch that because basically there's 13, is it 14 episodes in that? Ian, you'd have to remind me.
I think it's 13. 13.
Yeah, I've got the Blu-ray of it, and the picture quality is amazing. And I started to watch that the other night. Other than that, I watched as well the very first Dracula film, the Hammer that was on Legends the other night.
Great film,
which is great. That's about it, really. In the last 13 days, obviously, there's more horror films I've seen, but that's the question is about the last 13 days. So.
Great stuff. We've got Danny here saying, "Hey, how are you all? Hey, Danny, hope you're doing well."
Yeah.
Another one is Rayman.
Oh yeah.
Rayman.
Color of Money.
What?
He's a
Color of
Rayman.
Money, isn't there?
Yeah. Color Money, yeah, it's a great film. Going to mention Born on the 4th of July. I think he should have won Best Actor for that.
Yeah.
He's just gone, but he's here again. It's Josh saying, "Hey all, how's it going?" Hey, Josh.
Hey, Josh. Quick, send him the link.
Imagine a cocktail named Hand Shandy.
There probably is one. I know there's a cocktail called Gorilla Snot, and that's horrible.
Oh my days. This next comment. Ian, hello there, mate. I do wonder what surprise you have in store for us today. I hope I'm on Santa's good books. We don't want the handcuffs out now, do we?
That's cheered me up the end. Another one who thinks that he's Santa. It's not the North Pole, it's just up north.
Here he goes again.
He's only put a couple of questions and he's already onto the handcuffs. So we've got Plonker here saying, so far I've watched Phantasm, great film.
Wow.
Shrooms, Nightbreed, I quite like that one. Night of the Demon, Hospital Massacre, Attack of the Blind Dead, Alice Sweet Alice, Christine, Halloween 3, Meat Cleaver Massacre, and Zombie Flesh Eaters. Nice.
Some of these names, like Acid Baby, Bloodbath, I Want My Fingers Back, all of this sort of stuff. It just amuses me, the titles we've had for years.
Yeah, isn't Alice Sweet Alice, isn't Juliette Lewis in that as a young actress?
Yeah, pretty young.
Yeah. Zombie Flesh Eaters is the one, the Lucio Fulci zombie. What?
I haven't seen it.
No, I know. The zombie fight with a shark.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I quite enjoyed Nightbreed. That's a Clive Barker film.
No, is it?
Yeah, it's not too bad. No, it doesn't get as much love as Candyman or Hellraiser, but I think it's probably better than Candyman.
There you go. It's not hard, is it?
We've got Minhaji saying, hey, Joshy, Washy, and Batman Smithy.
Joshy, Washy.
We've got Mac Chat saying Glenn Gary and Glennon Ross is fantastic. It's the same vein as 12A Angry Men. Just water. It's just wall-to-wall, top-notch performances. Love that film.
Glenn Gary, Glenn Ross, you're the boss, did you say?
Yeah, something like that.
I mean, you have to turn around and say two top dramas that really, are quintessentially well known for being quality films to watch, and you don't get too much drama these days. I think in cinema, I think it's looked upon as being a bit boring and plodding.
It's a 101 release of Glenn Gary and Glennon Ross.
I can tell you. It is. It's 101. Look.
Yeah, they always do great little releases. They do, and they're quite reasonably priced, aren't they? About 15 to 20 quid.
For you get them for free, don't you?
No,
based on your last haul. Oh, and look what I've been sent.
No, I haven't had any business dealings with 101 films.
No, just every other bugger.
Oh, I'll tell you what, I did get sent. Interview with the Vampire. I think I did show it off last week.
Look at this. I'll just throw this in. Look, that came through the post the other day for that I didn't pay a penny for. Look. What do I get? Soddle. You two bloody packet. I mean, they must just come through. The postman must hate you. Oh, look, here's some more shit. Look, that you've got that ain't going to cost you a penny. I get well wishes and thank yous. I can live with that.
Oh dear. We've got Sai here saying, I'm sorry, but For Love and Blunders is the worst MCU film. Yeah.
It is bad, but I wouldn't say it's the worst.
It's one of the worst.
Yeah. One of the worst. It's in the bottom tier.
Yeah.
Like, I'd say it was in the bottom 6.
Wow.
Bottom 6.
Batman, Ant-Man.
And I've included things like Morbius in that.
Oh, right, yeah. Minhaji says Inside and Out 2 and Deadpool and Wolverine are both the highest grossing films. Quite great. Yeah, both hit over $1 billion. Over $1 billion each. And Inside and Out 2 is the highest rated, highest grossing animated film of all time now.
Wow.
Menagerie says, "Don't be mean to my Santa Claus." Haha, I'm only having a laugh, mind you. Ian does look like Father Christmas, straight out the stone and animation.
Oh well. Make up your mind. Is it Captain Birdseye or Father
Well,
Christmas?
it's both. You
Yeah.
when Christmas is over, you're back to fishing, ain't you?
More like Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Sadness. And he's also,
Sadness.
and he's also
Yeah.
put this. Oh, Ian, I hope it's the whitest Christmas ever and the coldest one.
Oh,
Oh,
thank you
thanks.
very much.
He's used to it up north.
It's not good for my health, anyhow. Asthma.
All the southern softies, you see, we're not used to the cold, but it'll be all right up north. You know.
We have to manage, don't we?
By the way, Ian is one of my best friends. Anyway, anybody who thinks that I'm taking the piss out of him all the time, I do it because I just know that he likes it.
Gary says, "Has anyone seen the trailer for the up and coming Nicole Kidman film Baby Girl? I didn't even know it was coming out. Never even heard of it."
No.
Nikolai Kidman.
We got Danny saying, "Please like the stream." Oh, thanks ever so much, mate.
Yeah. Do
Recently watched Maniac Driver, says Gary, from 2020, starring Japanese mini driver Jallo. Highly recommended.
Oh.
What?
Such good named films that I wouldn't have even thought of. Maniac Driver. I'm gonna have to remember that and then watch it, because I there's so many films that are going by that I just don't write down.
A Japanese mini driver, Maniac Driver film sounds good. We've got Andy's Cardboard Star Wars here saying, "Happy Saturday, people. What's your favourite horror soundtrack theme?" Thanks. It's actually a tough choice.
Yeah.
Mine is Zombie Flesh Eaters. Fabio Frizzi's song, that is a banger.
That's a banger.
That's a good one, yeah.
Quite
And,
like the theme from The Beyond. That's a good one.
Yeah, The Beyond's got a great theme, yeah. That's also Fabio Frizzi.
I know.
All the Dario Argento Goblin stuff.
Well, yeah. And Raw.
Raw's got a great... Oh, yeah. What about Raw? Yeah, that's a great one.
See, I was going to mention things like Goblin and all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
I think my favorite horror soundtrack actually is the first Omen film, Jerry Goldsmith. That I think will be my quintessential #1 horror film soundtrack theme.
Oh, great.
Psycho's good as well.
Psycho is very good.
Bernstein, brilliant. Yeah.
I love well, I just love the Halloween
yeah,
I mean that is just
Carpenter with Howarth, isn't it? That one, Carpenter with Howarth. I think they both combined to get that one.
It's great. I love it.
Awesome.
Might be wrong there. I think it might be just Carpenter.
Raw, The Beyond,
yeah,
the Degentos.
Yeah, the Degentos. Yeah.
The thing is an interesting score because it was done by two, Jerry Goldsmith and Ennio Morricone, and only one was used. They rejected one, used the other. So that's an interesting one. That's a haunting one as well, but I wouldn't say it's got a great theme. You know, I mean, I don't think anybody can go, "Oh yeah, I know instantly how that one goes," because it's more a drone, sort of a droney sort of sound for the theme.
Yeah, so I think when Dario Argento made, because Deep Red is the first one he collaborated with Goblin on. When somebody else,
Goblin stuff is great.
Somebody else was working on the themes before, and then Argento just hated all the music they made for it, so scrapped all of it. And then you can hear some of the original songs in the finished Deep Red, but he replaced them with Goblin, and then that's how we got the soundtrack.
Oh yeah, there's another instance of that, Pete. Wendy Carlos did The Shining.
Oh yeah,
so the godmother of synthesizers did 3 hours worth of music, putting all these dials and everything to get the weird sounds and do a score, and basically used about 20 minutes of it.
Wow.
And then obviously went on and did Tron and all of that sort of stuff, and But yeah, such a shame, isn't it? You get 3 hours worth of stuff, and you're just going, "I'm going to use 20 minutes of that." What?
Minaja says, "What's everyone's favourite scary movie from each decade?
Each decade.
80s,
Oh,
90s,
right.
early 20s. But remember, you can only pick one, and no, you can't pick scary movie. That'd be cheating.
Yeah, would be cheating and wrong.
Well, yeah, that would just be like a eye raising one.
Yeah, well, that's tricky.
I couldn't do that, I tell you. That'd be difficult for me. So you can pass me on that one for me and make it quicker for yourselves.
The Scream would be the 90s.
Well, Ringu,
Yeah.
the original Ring came out, and Audition came out in the
Yeah,
90s,
that's true.
and Delamorte Delamore came out in
And
the
New
90s,
Nightmare.
and New Nightmare, yeah.
Is Saw the 2000s or is that 90s?
Yeah.
Still the 2000s.
Wreck.
Wreck, yeah, that'd be my 2000s.
Final Destination, there'll be probably.
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
Oh yeah, fantastic.
80s, I don't know.
Phenomenal.
Well, 80s, you've got such a huge choice, haven't you? Because you've got, you could go back to My Bloody Valentine and all of that sort of stuff in the early 80s, you know. All the
Holiday
way.
6.
Yeah, I don't like that. Well, Nightmare on Elm Street as well.
Yeah,
that's pretty much.
Well,
that's
that is the
difficult to beat.
best one, yes.
Yeah. Or Tenebrae.
Yes.
Yay, Nightmare on Elm Street, yay.
Friday
You've got the Blob, haven't you? The
1918.
remake of the Blob. You've got
Remake of The Thing.
Yeah.
the Hidden,
No,
you've
The
got
Fly.
Hidden Thing, yeah.
Anything. It's not really a remake. Kind
No,
of.
reimagining.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Fly, yeah, that's good.
Oh, The Fly.
Mm. Yeah.
Phantasm, you got bloody House, you've got all the sorts of horrors that people just talk about even now, you know. So
There's a lot to pick out in those 3 decades.
Yeah.
But we do have Ben here from Rider Rated 18 saying good evening, everybody. Good evening, Ben, or should I say good morning?
Yeah, you should.
Marvel saying good night, guys. Good night, Marvel fans.
must admit, I've got about another 20 minutes in me and then I'm knackered, I think.
Min Howju says, are we looking forward to the new Lilo and Stitch and Avatar Fire and Shit Ash?
No, I'm not. That's the simple answer to that. No.
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 That's a good one.
Yeah, are you looking forward to
Avatar, Fire and Shit Ash.
Avatar.
No.
Fire and shit ash.
And he's going on. Can you believe we're getting Legend of Zelda, Super Mario 2, Scream 7, Spider-Man 4, King in Black? The heck is King in Black?
King in Black is I think, isn't that a Marvel story where
I
it's
thought it was a spin-off to Men in Black.
King in Black, I think it's an Inhuman story on Marvel, but I don't know. Don't get me.
Doomsday, Toy Story 5, and that's all in 2026. And yes or no, I haven't even got through 2025. Oh.
Well, Toy Story 5, I'm not surprised is coming out after, you know.
Yeah, I don't think we keep needing these, but there you go. They keep happening. Margaret Qualley is the daughter of Andy McDowell.
Oh.
I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. Did you manage to grab the Joker 4K collector's set? Not that huge box set. They're still available.
Do you think you should grab it? I think if that's something that you want, get it.
Yeah.
I can't say any more than that. I mean, at the end of the day, there is a Joker 4K Steelbook, which is singular, which is in plentiful supply that won't cost you too much. But if you want the collector set in a nice box with the same Steelbook in it and pay a huge inflated price for it, go for it. It's like I say, it's each to their own when it comes to how much these things cost and whether you want them.
Yeah. It's best to get them at the RRP and
get the pre-order price, and then sell them on if you're into that game.
Sai says, do you think Demi Moore will get an Oscar nomination, or will she get overlooked like Tony Collette did in Hereditary? I don't know. I mean, she was very good in it. It's definitely up there with A Few Good Men as one of her best performances.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be nice to see she get nominated. I definitely do think she was better than Toni Collette in Hereditary. All she did was scream. but we'll have to wait and see.
She's won an Oscar, has she, Demi Moore?
Yeah, G.I. Jane, isn't it?
I think she got a nomination for that in
What Ghost?
That was a Tony Scott film, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And didn't she get out in Ghost? Demi Moore.
Again, I think these were nominations. I don't know if she's actually ever won one. Do you know? I don't know. I'm just letting you. I'm speculating, but those films are nominations, I think.
Because the Academy always ignore horror. That's true.
They do. Yeah. But they also ignore comedy. It's not like they single it out. How many comedies have there been since the Laurel and Hardy days? And how many have actually won an Oscar?
You
know.
Andy says, Josh, I envy you. So many things to see and learn.
Yeah.
Andy says, Apocalypse Now documentary is a much watch for any film fan. We need to see the film first.
The film, yeah. I've heard that's great, yeah.
I think that's on my 5-disc edition, I think. Not sure.
There's too much of Apocalypse Now, too many editions of it. It drives me mad. And I think anyhow, I won't go on. I could rant about Apocalypse Now being overrated. It's totally overrated.
Yeah, I do hear that. Some people either love it or hate it. Again, it's Franny Ford Coppola.
Oh, yeah.
It's far too long, all these editions, that they keep adding bits on.
Episode 8 of The Penguin was brilliant. The acting is next
level.
So
you've jumped all the way to that point.
Wow.
Pete.
Episode 3.
Yeah.
I thought I said 3.
See, I would say the acting is next level, but it's incredibly high for a TV series. Incredibly high. It is done like a mini movie per episode.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Andrew Garfield kept saying, "I'm not the werewolf." Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah.
18 watching, hit the like button. Oh, thanks, Andy. So I've got a good question here. Shouldn't fan service be the main point to every film? You say it as a bad thing. Surely it should be the main point to every film. What's the point of making a film for no one?
I got a thing to say about that. You carry on, Pete. Sorry.
I don't know. Well, I think like fan service is more the issue of like member berries, like Alien Romulus bringing back a certain character that wasn't needed. The certain uses of iconic catchphrases wasn't needed. You can make references and have fan service moments again, like Deadpool, but don't be too liberal with them. Just be a little bit.
I think only real fans can do fan service right. If you're just putting that person in Alien Romulus, you clearly don't understand Alien. That's the problem. Most people, like Andor, that's a great fan service film because it really does feel like Star Wars. When you get the Acolyte and then putting in that certain character, it shows a misunderstanding of what that character means to the fans. And it's just, so fan service is not obviously fan service. If you look at it as literal meaning, you should serve the fans, but it has a different connotation, doesn't it?
And that's what I was sort of like edging towards.
And surely some of it though, if for instance you're not a comic fan or don't know about the comics, well, some of these fan service things don't really mean anything or have much meaning to you. So you could have all these characters, superhero characters or whatever from a comic, and it wouldn't really mean anything. You think, what does it mean? Doesn't so it's fan service for those, but not for necessarily
like number plates that have like the number of the edition that this character featured in, and the initials of the character's name in the original comic, that kind of stuff.
And what about you, Dal?
I was just going to say, like everything that you were saying, there's different levels of fan service. It's the over the top fan service, that basically is we must do this, we must bring this in, we must do that, where actually every film should be sort of like based on a story or the characters in it. It's not, oh, I'm bringing this in because this needs it. Like I say, there was stuff that we used to see in the 60s and that would say Christopher Lee has to be Dracula in every Hammer film. You know what I mean? Like, quintessential, that's fan service. You know what I mean? Because the fans demand. But it's not that I have a problem with it. The problem I have is where, like it went a little bit too far in Deadpool and Wolverine. 10 characters just turn up without anything to do with the story. They could have not been there and it wouldn't have mattered a blind bit of difference. But fan service, you see, that's what they will say. And that's where I'm going. That's the fan service I don't like. So that's all I was trying to get at.
I mean, like Terrifier has great fan service because they're giving them something that is very Art the Clown, but it's something we haven't seen before as well.
And there's a nice person pops up in there who, if you are a horror fan, you'll get.
Yeah, but that it works in that film because we know if that person turned up in like a big budget film that didn't really understand, it wasn't a very good film, and didn't have the link to that person. It feels right in that film.
Yeah, it does.
If he turned up in Hereditary, you think, what the hell? Why are they there?
But popping up in that film, perfect.
Yeah.
Can I ask you, do you think, I haven't seen any Terrifier movies, do you think that nowadays they will try and build a franchise going with this? Could this go on to 5, 6, 7 films?
Oh, definitely.
This is made for, this is franchisable because it's like Jason in Friday the 13th. Just go on forever.
It's growing. It's domestic.
I think when you get to the third film, that's the tipping point because you can look at it as going, that's a nice trilogy, or you move on. Depending on how this third film is going to be received, and I'm pretty sure from what you guys are saying because you've seen it, that it's an okayish or good film, then it's bound sure to have a fourth now, and that means you've got a new IP. You might as well just say it.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a trilogy because I know there's going to be.
It's already been cross-media promotion. He's a playable character in the new Call of Duty.
Right? Is he really?
Yeah. Oh Christ! Yeah. Well, then when you've got that sort of thing going on, then
Our franchise. Do you think there's still a thing that people want franchises of films?
John Wick.
This is the thing. Is there an oversaturation of something? And I'm going, I think there is to an extent.
Yeah, you're right. The John Wick thing, they stopped at 4, but you're right. They've tried to still play about with universe, haven't they? With this,
I think people want new franchises, and they still like the old franchises, but they'd like to see some new stuff. I mean, what are we going to bring back in 20 years' time when what we're doing now is bringing back franchises in 20 years now?
Yeah,
that's the thing.
I mean, I'm so glad that some of it has got a shelf life because I got sick of it. There was Olympus Has Fallen, London Has Fallen, bloody hell! I don't need another Has Fallen film in my life. Do you know what I mean? And it's getting that way with Mission Impossible. I don't need after this part 1 and part 2 another. I can do without another another Mission Impossible film. But they're bound sure to be another one. And how old is he getting?
60.
I mean, Christ. Wow. I mean, his bones will be brittle by the time he's jumping off of the next building in the next film. I mean, Christ. You saw him at the Olympics.
Yeah.
Riding the motorbike.
It's the best thing about it.
Well, Chili Peppers and Snoop Dogg were the best thing.
Yeah, but until that point.
And Dr. Dre. I think like, when it's based around one character like John Wick and the Terrifier, it's easy to make it into a franchise. I guess the thing about those two is that they're kind of immortal. Even John Wick, he's got this legendary kind of thing about him that I'm not talking about anything.
I mean, we've moved far and far away from the days of a James Bond IP. 20 odd films. You know what I mean? All with the same character, with the moniker of the name of the main character in the titles. But I mean, I don't mind trilogies and stuff. I think I think it's quite nice to have something that's got a bookend, a start and an end, and in the middle is the journey. I quite like that, and 3 films sometimes is great. I just think that with Friday the 13th, like 10 or 11 or 12, it really did started to get weak. And all you're doing is diluting what was the good work at the beginning.
I think with horror, usually the ending is the bad guy wins. That's the kind of thing.
Yeah.
But with that, it's never going to end then, is it? The whole point is that the terror never ends and it keeps going. So I think
isn't it amazing that Dracula has just got to be an eternal never end, because it's like you kept bringing him back and taking the stake out of his heart and he's back, and putting blood on some powder and he's back, and it's like that's the
vampires are very popular for some reason. I don't know what it is about vampires.
I think it's an attractive idea. I think people like the idea of living forever with when you're still 20.
Yeah.
And,
poor old werewolves with silver bullets. They've got no blood.
Yeah, werewolves have got no chance.
You ain't gonna have them come back.
Yeah.
That's true.
That's why werewolves don't last aren't as much of an enduring.
Well, they're not glamorous, are they?
They're not sexy.
No one wants to be a werewolf.
No.
They certainly tried it with the Howling, but it didn't work.
Yeah, and Twilight.
There's that famous campfire scene, isn't there?
I've seen the Howling, but I can't remember anything that happens in it.
Got Andy saying, I rewatched The Batman as well as Batman Begins. The latter is the best Batman film for me. I totally agree. How the first 2/3 of the Batman is brilliant. Yeah, the final third of the Batman kind of drags a bit. I do agree.
Yeah, I liked the Batman. I got that as a big box set. It's a really nice box set. It's red and with a black silhouette.
Yes, it is. Right. It's a nice,
gorgeous. Set. And I thought the scene where it was at the church, where the car coming through and the bombs are attached and all of that, very well done. Sound effects in that and in that was brilliant as well. In that scene, the church, all the echoes. You have to have an Atmos speaker just to take that in. It's really is quite good.
Brilliant. Edward says, since this DreamWorks 30th anniversary, what are some of your favourite films from the studio? Mine is Shrek. There's a lot of great ones to choose from.
I know what my favourite is. That's Castaway.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But I mean, just think about it. The very earliest DreamWorks one I saw was Ants.
Oh.
But then you've got things like Small Soldiers, Evolution.
Road to El Dorado is my favourite.
Road to El Dorado with Elton John soundtrack. Deep Impact. Bloody hell. Tropical Thunder that Amy mentioned earlier.
Any other ones you think of, DreamWorks?
I don't really like many of them. Like Castaway, I didn't know they did that, so I'll say that one.
Yeah. You're not a Shrek fan.
I don't like the animation; it's so ugly.
Yeah, some of it is. Human characters are. Yeah. Puss in Boots, the new one is really
I like
good.
Puss in Boots. Yeah,
the new one's really good. What about you, Ian?
No, I like Deep Impact.
Yeah, Deep Impact.
Why not? Why not?
So much better than Armageddon, in my opinion.
Yeah, yeah, I like it. Yeah, I'll go for that one.
Great.
Has it got Tia Leone in that? Is it? She's one of the women. Isn't she one of the women reporters? And she's fell out with her dad. She finally gets back with her dad, and then the tidal wave comes in and kills her or something. With that, can't remember. Pretty sure that's right.
Yeah.
So, Andy says, me and my brothers watched all the manga early 90s and onwards. My young brother had a mate who could get it on VHS. Great stuff.
I'm not into Sailor Moon and all of that, but you know.
Cowboy Bebop's great.
Yeah.
I think you'd like it. It's like Star Wars.
Yeah.
What did you think of the new Last of Us trailer? Yeah, cannot wait for it.
Yeah, I have seen that actually.
Yeah.
I've not seen the film. I know it's a film I should watch, but I'm not a gamer, so I am not sort of. Yeah, I should take that film as it is. I don't
The
know.
series works well, even if you haven't played the game. It's just
It's 8 episodes, and it's the narrative actually
Yeah.
that's the thing that's compelling in it, Ian. And I think that you'd get that by watching it because
Is it apocalyptic kind of
yes,
film?
basically.
Oh, right, yeah. They're the last survivors, are they?
Yeah, it's like it's sort of like the people are sort of like turning into flowers almost.
Oh,
You know, there's a very vegetable type thing about
it's
it all.
to do with spores. As
oh,
it's actually a real life thing as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't they change your brain or something?
Yeah, something like that. It can do it to ants, apparently.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
To change their behavior so they spread the spores
Yeah.
to other things.
it's plants, is it? Then that's
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I'm sure you've seen the trope, you know, where a zombie, if it bites anything, turns into another zombie. So of course, that's why you saw later on there were dog zombies and cat zombies and bloody killer bunnies and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
With this, it's a little bit more intelligent because it's sort of like a chemical-based thing so it can affect ants. You know, when you start talking about it can affect ants at that level, you start turning around and say, how long is it going to be then before it starts going into the plants of this world? You eat a leaf and all of a sudden you're a bloody spore.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? It is that sort of like narrative, it's sort of like show where it continues to excite because it tells you about, it goes down a road that you didn't think they'd go down. Like bloody hell, ants. Didn't think about that. Bloody hell, what? Somebody's a spider. You sit down on the toilet, a spider bloody bites you on the ass, and all of a sudden you're a spore. You know what I mean? I mean, it's that sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's going to come out probably just after Christmas, like the first one. It looks like it's pretty much ready and done and dusted.
Yeah, they've done all I think it was the effects that they were waiting to get done, I think.
We got James Jim Jam here saying good evening. James. He's probably in bed. Minhaji says he likes the new Salem's art, really can't compare, as I haven't seen the other ones. You need to see the original, mate.
I'm a big fan of the original. I don't need to say that anymore.
Yeah.
Andy says, peeing myself laughing. My mum had a massive crush on David Starkey as Hutch Soul.
Starkey as Soul.
Peeing myself laughing.
All right, okay.
More spooky than horror. Orville wasn't a PFO.
Yeah.
Oh, he actually retracted that comment. It's because I told him it. Oh no, I didn't mean to say that those were pedos. They were just documentaries on.
Remember when Orville sang a song?
Unfortunately, yes.
Yes.
Minhaji says, "What's going to be your next physical pickup or pre-order?
What would you like it to be, Pete?
Oh, I
If
don't
it was
know.
to happen this week.
I don't know.
Okay.
Well, it's got to be Amy, hasn't it? That physical pickup. I mean, I'm sure you're going to pick her up.
I can't lift you up physically.
No, too heavy.
My muscles aren't strong enough.
Oh,
bless you.
Right pair, aren't we?
Yeah, I'll just make amends by picking up my pineapple
you're good at
pot.
picking that up. Yeah, just about.
Just about.
What's going to be your next physical pickup? Oh, I don't know, this can of Coke.
Yeah.
I don't know, probably Nightmare on Elm Street, the 4K of that, probably pick up the standard edition. That looks pretty nice.
Yeah, you'll probably get that before me, you bastard. You get everything before me.
What about you, Amy? What would be your next physical pickup?
Oh, God. Terrifier 3? Oh, Godzilla. Yeah, Godzilla -1.
Godzilla -1, yeah.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
And Demolition Man.
Did you order the expensive one or the cheaper one?
I ordered the an expensive one, and then I cancelled it when the Steelbook got back in stock and went
Yeah,
for that.
I think it's a good idea because the only thing you get about the expensive one is an extra black and white edition and a book.
I just got
I don't think I'd
pre-ordered.
ever watch that black and white
No.
one. I mean, it's a cool idea, but I don't think I'd ever
I
watch
just
it.
pre-ordered it just so that you could get a 4K release, but the price of it was extortionate,
I think
really.
it looks better.
But you get 3 discs in the Steelbook. That's
Yeah,
what
you
gets
do,
me.
and it's only like 20 odd quid.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think they're headed for a fall with that big collector's one. I think a lot of people are cancelled and got. That's why the Steelbook sold out so quicker than the other one did.
So, what about you, Delboy? What will be your next?
That's a hard one to answer because I mean, well, other than you've already seen what I picked up, but pre-order, I've got so much on pre-order. You know, I think my next pre-order will be the Nightmare on Elm Street because I've had that on Amazon pre-order since including the Steelbook, and the Steelbook's arrived, so I shouldn't think it'll be too far away from being here. But there's so many pre-orders that are coming out shortly. There's Interstellar, isn't there? There's North by Northwest. I mean, how long have I had that on order, Ian? I told you about that last Christmas.
Yeah, a long time, yeah.
Blazing Saddles, there's all sorts. But I'm not quite sure what the release dates are.
Yeah.
And so next week could be I've got 2 coming through. You know what I mean? And I'll be going, I forgot about those.
Great stuff. And what about you, Ian?
There was this 2. Well, there's Maxine, of course, which is 23rd, and the Doctor Who, Sylvester McCoy.
See what I mean? In October we've got Blake 7 coming out.
The Blake 7 one's been pushed back, thank heavens, to November.
Second week of November, isn't it?
Which is good because it helps me financially. But yeah, there's the Doctor Who, Sylvester McCoy, and of course Maxine. You just have to get Maxine no matter what.
Great stuff. Also, what's your favorite physical media release of the year from any label? Got to be The Hitcher or Nightmare on Elm Street. I'm grateful to have both in the collection. Yeah, I'd say The Hitcher's been the best.
I'd say Hitcher.
Yeah, The Hitcher's been really good this year. It's sitting there.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
I'd say it was the most anticipated. I wouldn't say it's my favorite, but it's the most anticipated one. It was gorgeous. When it arrived, it was gorgeous. I like the fact there's a script and a book and all of this sort of stuff in it, but I wouldn't say that it's possibly like my star thing I've got this year. I'm trying to think what that'd be, though.
I'd say a Hitcher because it's the easiest one because it's so. Yeah. Until Late Night with the Devil comes.
Yeah.
I've had no end of sort of like you see steel books that have come in collections that have been in a steel shell and
that Stardust steel book was nice.
Stardust was gorgeous, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's so unusual to have those chrome sort of cards inside it.
Yeah, I was expecting them to be a size of a top trump card.
You know, I can't think. Thank you so much for all these complex questions because I mean that's a great question. What would get the award for best box set came out this year? You know, all of that sort of stuff. Yeah. Moving on. Slow it down.
What about you, Ian?
I can't really afford to get all these box sets, so I don't.
Hang on, look. What's your favourite physical media release that's come from Tony? Let's get it right, shall we? What's your favourite physical media that's come from Tony this year?
That's a good one.
No, the ones that I've bought are that I've liked.
That's the one. That's the one. Isn't it? That's the standard one.
I don't know. God.
Did Psycho come out earlier this year?
That was you actually got me that for my birthday last year.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
So it was last year. That was a great box set.
That was the best release of the year last year.
Yeah.
That was incredible.
But it's close to that one where they had all those old 80s films, like the video.
The video rental one, yeah, that was another good release.
That was a good one. But
I'm trying to think,
haven't you
what
noticed that a lot of these are Arrow and
are the other Doctor Who ones that have come out this year in the special collections? I always get them. They're the only thing that I ever get.
Peter Davison was the one earlier this year with the 20th anniversary.
There's only been one. Oh, crikey. Yeah, well, it'd be that one then for me. That'd be my...
great stuff.
Yeah.
So, Minhaji bought the Chucky Season 3 box set, the Good Guys edition. That's good. Do you have it, Delboy?
I've got Chucky Season 3.
Yeah.
I don't know what... I've got the Steelbook. I don't know whether it's the Hood Guys edition 3.
It's the Good Guys edition. I think it is the one, yeah.
Yeah, because I don't think I've got two different designs. I think it's always that same one, which is just that everybody's got. I think mine, it's just the normal one. So well done.
Any big editions releases coming out soon that we're keeping on? I think we did talk about that a little bit earlier.
Oh, Christ, Blazing Shadows, North by Northwest. There's absolutely some absolute quintessential. Oh my God, you got to buy.
I was quite surprised to find out White Christmas is coming out on 4K.
Hasn't that already been out on 4K?
No, I don't think so. It was Holiday Inn.
Yeah, I mean, how many shades of white are you going to have in that? Bloody hell.
Andy says, I'll never know my son's mum like Dirty Dancing and Ghosts both.
I really couldn't stick Dirty Dancing. Ghost, I just about managed to get through.
Oh, both of them are brilliant.
Yeah, I've never seen Ghost.
Ghost is great.
Isn't it each to their own? This is what's lovely about people's watching stuff. I mean, Ghost and that Potter's Wheel and all that.
But it's a good film. I like it.
But I did like Whoopi Goldberg in it.
Oh, she's great in it. It's probably her best film role, actually.
See anything in Dirty Dancing or Roadhouse? I just don't see Road. I'm just going a bodyguard in a nightclub. Great. What's that? What's so good about this? And I couldn't get past that. And I should do, because I mean I should never be blinkered by just how basic a film can be. Doesn't make it a bad film. It's just that I can't get past those things. And every time I watch Family Guy, I go Roadhouse.
Yeah.
I keep hearing that all the time. In my head.
So Sai says, what's your favourite music video?
Oh, that's a good one. Oh,
Christ.
Music video.
Always like the Sledgehammer one.
That's a pretty good one. Oh, that's tricky. To go to the other one. That Dire Straits one.
For nothing. I like the one in Weird Al's movie.
Yeah,
that was good.
No point asking Ian. He still listens to the radio.
No, I know what mine would be. Can't Get You Out of My Head, Kylie Minogue.
Oh wow,
that's a great one.
Yeah.
Well, I watched that for a different reason. But,
is it different?
I can't fit. I mean, it's bound sure to be an Elton John one, or nothing spectacular.
It's not a music soundtrack, is it? So you're not going to be interested.
Hang on.
You're not going to be interested.
He starts off rumors where I only know the only music I know is soundtracks, which is not true. Not true. Let me think. I'll tell you what. Don't Walk Away, ELO, because it used music from Xanadu, and there was a Don Bluth animated sequence in it.
Oh, great one.
How's that then? Bastard.
Yeah, I knew you had to get the composer in and all that business.
What, ELO?
Xanadu.
Composer, is it?
And all that business.
No.
Don Bluth was an animator. Nothing to do with music.
Super.
Eat that fish finger, mate.
Oh, Black Hole Sun.
That's the one.
Yeah, it wouldn't be that though.
I don't know.
My favorite. That's a good one though.
Yeah, that's the only one I could think that you
Very
should.
strange. Yeah. I'll go for the Bob Dylan dropping the signs. That'll do.
All right, Bob Dylan.
I'll say that one.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good
I
one.
like that one.
Oh Christ, yeah.
We got Mac chat saying he's just ordered Bad Biology on Blu-ray. Frank Helen like a lotter who did Frank.
Look a lot.
So good quality there. This is about a woman born with 7 clits and a guy with a monstrous penis. Haven't seen it since it came out, so looking forward to it.
Oh,
Jeez.
sounds good.
Sounds very tasteful.
Yeah.
Frankenhooker is certainly a film.
She's got 7 of them, not 6. Jeez, well, where does she put them all?
Yeah. How does she find tries of it?
Yeah, how does you sit down without orgasming? You know, for God's sake.
So he says, I love Asphyx. I watched it late on Friday night after news at 10. It's a bit too young for it, and the final shot freaked me out.
Yeah, the final shot, it does freak you out in that film. Yeah.
Oh.
A lot of people don't talk about it, you see.
Don't they? Oh. Guy says, October 31st, so far, Terrifier 1, 2, and 3, Phantasm, Tremors, Evil Dead, The Void, Nightmares in a Damaged Brain, Strange Darling, Carry On Screaming, and The Burning so far. Wow.
Got some classics there. I mean, look, Phantasm, Tremors, Evil Dead.
It's a good mix.
Carry On Screaming. What a choice to have during. I mean, about how many people that what a sort of like an inspiration to actually see somebody put a comedy in there for October 30, you know, the October horror thing. Brilliant. The Burning, that'll cheer Ian up. That's two people that have watched that this month. I mean, look at
that. So I said, did you know that the score for The Thing 82 was by Ennio Morricone and was nominated for the worst original score?
I did.
Wow.
Upset Morricone at the time.
Not bad, dude. King in Black is a comic book run similar to the villain Null, the symbiote, the god King Black, also known as the creator of the symbiotes, Minotaur.
Yeah, I believe I believe the King in Black. Yeah, it's like I said it was a story run, didn't I? A Marvel comic.
Null is the big bad of the Sony universe, where Andrew and Tom fight Null in space. Another symbiote, Tom and Andrew are rumored to wear the black costume. And apparently Spider-Man will be a cosmic space film.
That I heard has been debunked the last 2 days, but I don't know.
I doubt it will happen. I think it'll be street level.
But I've heard that even Marvel were saying it would be nice to get Daredevil involved, to see a Spider-Man and Daredevil team up in a film at some point. You would then have to have them at street level. You can't have Daredevil in space.
No, definitely not.
And I've heard that this really is not a space one. But that's all I know.
So he says, have you seen the trailer for the new Hugh Grant film Heretic? It looks creepy. It does look pretty good.
You mentioned that last week, didn't you? You saw it. And I said I still haven't seen the trailer for it.
Yeah, I saw the trailer at the cinema this week when I saw Megalopolis, and it does look good.
I'll probably see the trailer during my, Substance one.
Yeah, Gary says Heretic does look good. Hugh Grant is picking some good ones lately. Minhaji says, Peter, you've been playing your new game, Epic Mickey Rebrushed on PS5. Any good? You enjoying it? I thought the demo was okay. Yeah, it's a great film. A game. Great game.
Film?
It's a great game. I love it. I played it no end on the Wii. I must have completed it about 10 times, so it's great to have a remaster of it. It's not the best remaster, like they didn't do loads to it, but it's solid enough.
Where'd you get the time? 10 times you've played that game. I mean, bloody hell.
I completed it twice for the good and bad end, and then I speedrunned it. I managed to complete the game in an afternoon.
I'm still at World 4 on bloody Astrobot.
I've nearly platinumed it. I'm about 80% towards the platinum now.
Yeah, see what I mean? I ain't got the... And I'm off work at the moment.
I'm just really good at gaming.
Oh right, yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot about your skills.
my skills with super easy mode.
Yeah, I remember when you were like, "What are you playing that
I've heard-
shooting game?"
I've,
And you
I've
were
heard
like-
you good with your. I've heard you good with your fingers. I have to say.
You were playing that shooting game, and you were like, "Oh, I want a challenge." And then
Yeah.
I said, "What difficulty have you got it on?" And you were like, "The easiest."
Oh, what, bro?
Yeah, cadet.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. That's
Oh.
how you do it, Pete.
Oh, thanks ever so much, Minhaju, for liking the shorts. I really do appreciate it. It's just something, an idea to keep doing content when I can't film enough videos. Minhaju says, "Good night, guys. I'd love to stay on, but I cannot keep my eyes wide open. Now it's past
Eyes
his
wide
bedtime, and I'm literally got one eye twitching. I'm going to see you next time, so take care, friends. Take care, Minhaju."
Fine.
And Gary says, "The only thing I pre-order is the Sword and the Sorcerer 4K from 101 Films." Very nice.
That'd be good.
Minhaju says, "My sincere apologies. I didn't realize I put 4 comments in a row. I think this may sound silly, but I deleted them, but probably come on your side. Sorry about that." Hey, don't worry about it, mate. Don't worry about it.
Easily happens.
We got Gary saying Pete Water box set from 88 Films was a great release this year. Yeah, I've seen that about, and that does look a nice box set.
Yeah.
It does. So I've got a really good question. Who would be your 3 worst doctors?
Dr. Crippen, Dr. No,
Dr. Crippen, yeah.
You mean 3 worst actors to play the Doctor?
Is it that? Oh,
I think
doctors generally.
Oh, I see. Who would be your 3 worst doctors? Yeah, it could be anything, couldn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure on that.
There'd be 3 worst doctors.
Yeah.
Jodie Whittaker, Shitty Gatwa.
Oh no.
Oh,
I like that. Yeah.
Shitty nappy, yeah.
I don't know who else. Russell T. Davis. I
Yeah,
suppose.
he'd be bad at it, wouldn't he?
Oh, yeah. Oh no. I just did not like Jodie Whittaker. Cootie Gatway, he's all right, but he needs better scripts.
I think a lot of these, it's not down to the actors' fault, really. It's the scripts.
Yeah.
Sometimes as well, it's the idea that was bad from the very start, and you can't really do much about it now because you've gone down that rabbit hole where you've got to do it all the way up to the end. Somebody's just put Dr. Octopus.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'd be a bad doctor, wouldn't he? I mean, I have to admit with you, I mean, it's got to be really the last 5 or 6 years, the worst doctors, Jodie.
Yeah.
You know,
I think you made a good point, though, Delboy, when you said once about all the other doctors, you know their costume that they wear.
Yeah.
But Ncuti Gatwa hasn't really got this costume, has he?
No, and I don't think he ever. That won't change in the second year.
No.
I don't know.
Because I'll tell you what
is.
it is. You can bring out an action character now in a different costume every bloody one. You can have 8 of them now from the 8 episodes.
It's
that have been out.
ridiculous.
Well, you could do, but nobody will buy them.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's what Disney will be hoping.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, look at that sonic screwdriver. It looks like a fob watch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw today he said he's going to be recording another series, which I hope that's the last bloody one. I hope it gets cancelled. And that's as a Doctor Who fan.
Yeah,
I want
it's supposed to be Heaven and Earth or something. It's like the Silurians or something story.
Just get it cancelled.
Yeah, I think like if this
Torchwood didn't work, did it? So I mean, you'd think they'd learn a little bit.
So, who's your least favourite Doctor, Annie? And is it Gatwa?
Ncuti Gatwa.
Jodie Whittaker.
Yeah. And the new, what is it? David Tennant playing that other one because that's supposedly hanging around somewhere. Just for what it stands for. The stupid double thing.
Oh yeah.
He must be one of the worst doctors. Yeah. I mean, what a ridiculous concept.
Yeah.
Stupid. Absolutely.
We have got Winslow here saying hey. Hey, Winslow. And he'd like to know if you have a light box.
Oh, there you go. I don't, do I?
No, you'd be really good at it. But you do a really good PowerPoint on your horror film.
Yeah, I got a good PowerPoint, so if he wants me to send it, or
You got a fountain of
Winslow's
knowledge, haven't you? of films?
yeah. I'll send the PowerPoint to anyone who wants it. Just to see him. Pete's letterbox is mine. I have all the same opinions as Pete.
Oh, so you like Speed 2, Anne?
Yeah, it's a good film, isn't it?
We've
Like
got
a bit with a bus.
There's no bus.
Oh, right. That's it.
Andy says all new doctors.
Yeah, in other words, all the new doctors are the ones.
Yeah.
And we got Sai saying night night gang. Night night Sai, you take care of it.
Been wonderful, Si. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Megaflopolis.
Yeah.
Dr. Octopus. And Slipknot fan says the sonic screwdriver could be a new cocktail. Yeah.
Surprised I haven't done that.
Yeah.
Probably have.
And Andy says, to be honest, Russell T Davis was Saved by Moffat Stories easily the best episode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that Russell T Davis is terrible, because I mean that first season was.
He brought it back. He brought it back, and it was popular. But he's now pretty much putting it in the ground.
Say that he really is over the top with stuff.
Yeah,
and he always wants to get his own agenda in.
That's right. Yeah,
is the best way for me to be diplomatic about it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And his local answer to it all is, and if you don't like it, sod you. You're the reason why we're in a pickle with our show, because it's you. Yeah. It's got to be you. Can't be anybody else. If you don't like it, it's you. You know, it's you that are bad mouthing it. No, if it's bad, it's bad.
Absolutely. And the final comment of tonight is from Winslow saying he's just rewatched You've Got Mail. What's your favorite rom-com?
Kind of talking about like throwaway, frivolous ones.
Yeah.
I like 10 Things I Hate About You.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
I like
When Harry Met Sally.
Love Actually.
Yeah.
No! Bollocks!
Guilty Pleasure.
Yeah. You should be guilty for that.
No. That's not as bad as I can
Martine McCutcheon's good.
Yeah, she gets off with Hugh Grant.
Yeah.
And she can swear by it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh.
It's not my favourite genre at all.
Yeah, I like You Got Mail. It's pretty good.
There's a lot of films you could say are rom-coms, like Scott Pilgrim's a rom-com.
Dirty Dancing, is it? No, it isn't a rom-com.
It's not a comedy, is it?
No. There was one with Ryan Reynolds and Sandra Bullock. That wasn't too bad. The Proposal.
Yeah.
Bullock.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, man. Maybe it's because it's 1:30 in the morning that I'm joking. I can't believe you saying that.
Yeah. And the first time.
No.
It rolls off. Bollocks rolls off the tongue better.
Yeah.
It rolls off the tongue better than Bollocks.
Yeah, I don't know why she bothered, with that other name.
Yeah. What about you, Ian?
Oh God, they're all bollocks nearly. I can't think of it. I can't honestly. I don't know whether I've even watched one.
They are though, aren't they? I mean,
I don't think I've watched one ever.
You watch them with your girlfriend when you go to the pictures, and everybody else goes, "Fucking hell, that's what I've got to watch this week."
I can't think of any. I've not seen it. I've not even seen 4 Weddings and a Funeral or whatever it is. Never seen that.
You've been lucky.
Yeah, well, that's probably why I've not watched it.
Sleepless in Seattle.
Yeah.
Sleepless in.
I don't really like those ones.
No.
Money Pit.
Yeah, Money. I've never seen
Money Pit. I quite like that.
Rom-com.
I don't know.
I can't. I mean, I can't think of too many. I mean, you mentioned the ones really, haven't you? With Richard Curtis bloody writing half of them.
I think it's like really hard to think of a rom-com at half one as well.
Yeah.
But
I've never
I
seen
must admit,
Love Actually.
I thought when Harry Met Sally was
no,
all
the
right.
other one,
When
Yeah,
Harry Met Sally, when Harry Met Sally, I
the
think
90s one.
you could watch, and not be too embarrassed about it.
Mm.
God, you like it, don't you? It's got Paul Rudd in it, young Paul Rudd.
Clueless.
Yeah, that's a rom-com. Isn't it?
It's difficult. It's a high school comedy, really.
Uh,
Well, what about American Pie 2 with
Yeah.
Stifler and those lesbians?
Yeah.
Yeah.
yes.
Is that what the next film's called? Stifler and the Lesbian?
Yeah, that was a special post-credit scene. Stifler and the lesbian.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we got the final comment of the night saying Andy saying great streams. I'm making legs tomorrow.
You're making legs tomorrow?
Yeah.
Is he going for a walk tomorrow or?
Making a table.
I honestly don't know. I've never heard that saying before,
Yeah.
but whatever you get up to tomorrow, mate, you have a fun time making those legs.
Yeah.
Is that for those cardboard Star Wars things? I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, I'll do it for tonight. 4 hours and 14 minutes. A little bit longer because we had a good old chat behind the scenes, but it's been an absolute blast. So thank you ever so much to the 14 people still watching now. Brilliant. And to everybody who's watched tonight and after the fact.
Get to bed, you bastards!
Conversation we had before, can't you? You get backstage footage, don't you?
Oh yeah, you get a VIP pass.
Yeah.
You're wanting to get on and do your blog, aren't you? Your research.
So
honestly, I don't know how I'm going to do it tomorrow.
Yeah.
So I'd like to thank ever so much to Ian Hill, the Ramblins, for joining.
Well, I've really enjoyed it. Thank you for inviting me on, even if it was with him.
Oh, cheers!
I love him really.
The Delboy for joining as well.
Thank you very much, even if it was with that bastard up there, up north.
And thank you to Jamie, Batman Smith as well, and to Josh for joining.
Keeping you all up, look.
And well as the brilliant Amy as well for joining.
Yeah.
And thank you for watching. So we'll see you all next week for another live stream. You have a great week and see you later.
Salute.
Bye.
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 That was good.
Try